Chapter 2340. No matter what you do, you need to be responsible. The heavenly Tao was very fair. If Chun Chin and Cyril had decided to destroy it, then it would make these two culprits bear the negative emotions of all living beings. This was responsibility. That red fruit contained the negative emotions of billions of living beings. All the evil consequences of the destruction of the heavenly Tao were gathered on this fruit. Hua! Suddenly, a shocking sword light tore through the air and landed on the fruit. The extremely powerful sword chi even split the sky in half. But the fruit didn't change at all. It wasn't even affected by the sword chi attack. It didn't even shake. Cyril slowly sheathed his sword with a disappointed expression. I can't. Of course, it's impossible to cut it. This is the collective of the negative emotions of billions of living beings. Holding a sword to their necks like this will only make their negative emotions worse. And the red fruit will be even more terrifying. Chun Chin shook his head. Cyril's lips twitched slightly. He knew that Chin Chen's words made sense. The red fruit hung quietly in the sky like a beautiful object, waiting to be plucked. The fragrance it emitted was extremely tempting. Everyone else in the heaven-crushing sect felt that the red fruit was extremely alluring and wanted to taste it. However, to Cyril and Chun Chin, it was extremely poisonous, and they didn't even want to touch it. However, the two heavenly sons also knew that this was a hurdle that could not be crossed. This was not just a hurdle set up by the heavenly Tao, but also a hurdle set up by the billions of lives in the universe. If they could not overcome this hurdle, even if they could forcefully break through the heavens, they would not be able to become the heavens. The wishes of all living beings, the fruit of all living beings. Although it's a bad result, it's still a great thing. Chun Chin sighed as he looked at the red fruit. The red fruit seemed to have heard Chin Chen's praise, and it was a little happy. It actually shrank its body, going from a 30-meter tall fruit to a red fruit the size of an apple. It was as if it wanted to make it easier for Chin Chin to eat. When Chun Chin saw this, not only did he not feel happy, but he felt a chill run down his spine. This thing was absolutely deadly. Chin Chin, how about we split the loot? Cyril gripped the heaven-crushing spear tightly with one hand and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with the other. The heavenly Tao tribulation, this time, did not seem to have any aura or might. It was just a red fruit, quietly hanging high in the sky. However, Cyril was well aware that the two of them could very well die on the spot. This was the consequence of gathering the power of all living beings. The living beings' tribulation was no joke. Half each? Chun Chin raised his pretty brows and said, Aren't you afraid that the calamity of all beings will give us a buy one get one free one? Hearing this, Cyril felt awkward. He naturally knew what Chin Chin meant. If the power of this fruit was so terrifying that both of them died after eating it, then no one would be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of breaking the heavens. This meant that it was better to have one dead than two dead. However, could the sacrifice of one really offset the resentment of all living beings? Cyril hesitated momentarily before finally shaking his head in a firm manner. No, we'll split it equally. If one of us dies, then the success rate of the heaven-crushing plan will greatly decrease. Why don't we take a gamble? Seeing Cyril's insistence, Chun Chin naturally didn't insist. All right, I'll go first, Chin Chin said. As he spoke, he walked towards the red fruit and held it in his hand. The fruit was very smooth and cold to the touch, and it was even a little heavy. When Chin Chin tried to sense just how heavy it was, his senses became blurry and hazy, and he was unable to ascertain its exact weight. He unleashed his power to inspect the interior of the fruit, only to discover that it was filled with boundless negative energy essence. As for how much negative energy essence there was, Chin Chin was unable to ascertain it, but if he had to describe it with one word, it would be boundless. Boundless. In all honesty, Chun Chin wasn't even sure if he would be able to withstand the living being's tribulation. However, he had already resolved himself, and no matter how fearsome the difficulties before him were, Even if he had to pay with his life, he would continue onward with an indomitable will. Chun Chen held the living being's tribulation fruit tightly in his hand and was just about to swallow it. Wait. Cyril suddenly spoke. Chun Chen faltered slightly before turning to look at Cyril. Cyril said in a deep voice, "If this red fruit isn't an actual fruit, then it'll assume that you're the one who took the first bite, so you'll be the one to bear all the tribulations. Then it'll throw all the tribulations onto you. In that case, there'll be no point in splitting the fruits." Chun Chen furrowed his brows as he understood what Cyril was implying. One bite is equivalent to eating everything? Then what do you plan to do? The youth asked. We'll establish a spiritual connection. Regardless of whether it's on a physical or spiritual level, we'll simultaneously chew on the apple. Cyril replied with a serious expression. Chun Chen, as a god of creation, this was indeed something he could do. However, he felt like something was off. Chun Chen didn't hesitate for long before adopting Cyril's suggestion. At this moment, within the heaven-crushing, glazed palace, all of the heaven-crushing sect members were injecting energy into the heaven-crushing formation as they watched. They all knew that the red fruit was no ordinary fruit, so they were all very nervous when Chun Chen received it. In particular, Xue Yan was clenching her petite hands tightly. She hadn't released them in a long time. She was constantly worried about Chun Chen. Look, Chun Chen is placing the red fruit in front of Cyril. Is he planning to let Master Cyril eat it first? The heaven-crushing sect members didn't hear the conversation between the two heavenly disciples, so they were all extremely curious about this. Why do I feel like the two heavenly disciples are acting a little strange? A heaven-crushing sect member muttered with a strange expression. The others didn't retort. At this moment, Chun Chen and Cyril were slowly approaching each other. They were getting closer and closer. Finally, they were only a distance away from the red fruit. The red fruit was right in the middle of their mouths. Chun Chen's clear black eyes were locked with Cyril's warm, crimson eyes. Both of them stared intently at each other. It was as if everything in this world had disappeared, and the only thing left in their eyes was each other. What are they trying to do? Could it be that they feel like eating the fruit is extremely risky, so they're trying to do something before they die? A return to void stage female Celestial Immortal blushed, as if she had thought of something. Even her breathing quickened as she stared intently at the two people in the sky. She was afraid that she would miss out on any shocking moment. Xue Yan's eyelids twitched upon hearing this, and she looked into the distance even more nervously. Her expression was clearly very cold, but her heart was already burning with raging flames. Could it be? Could it be? Right at this moment, Chun Chen and Cyril simultaneously opened their mouths. Chapter 2341. Just as Chun Chen and Cyril opened their mouths, slightly, the heaven-crushing sect members couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. If it weren't for the fact that the celestial maidens were still somewhat reserved, they would probably be screaming right now. Xue Yan's beautiful eyes widened. It was unknown what kind of complex emotions she was feeling right now. Chun Chen gazed at Cyril, and Cyril's eyes also reflected Chen's figure. Their minds and Tao realms became extremely compatible at a certain moment, as if they had established some kind of mysterious connection. Chun Chen knew what Cyril was thinking, and Cyril also knew what Chun Chen was thinking. Then, Chun Chen and Cyril didn't continue to approach each other. They simultaneously opened their mouths toward the red fruit and bit down at the same time. Crunch! The crisp sound of the fruit being bitten rang out. In a situation where their physical movements, mental inclination, and Tao realm desires were exactly the same, they ate half of the apple each. It was a perfect cut and a perfect distribution. This was an action that no one in this world could pull off. It was too exaggerated. Putting aside the likes of spiritual Tao realms, very few people could bite an apple in half at the same time. However, Chun Chen and Cyril had created a miracle, and their coordination was perfect. The red fruit was swallowed by the two of them. Both of them opened their mouths and continuously chewed with their teeth. A rich juice flowed out of their mouths. It was sweet and sour, and it was quite delicious. However, the two of them didn't dare to be careless. After biting to a certain extent, they swallowed it into their stomachs. A warm feeling started to flow through their bodies. It was as if they had eaten a divine fruit. The heaven-crushing sect members were all stunned. In fact, some female cultivators even sighed lightly, as if they were slightly disappointed. After all this time, the two of them were actually eating the apple in such a strange position? Shui Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Then she became alert again. This was a heavenly Tao tribulation. How could it be passed so easily? In the next instant, Chun Chen and Cyril's expressions instantly became extremely grim. Woo! Ah! The two of them clutched their stomachs at the same time. Their brows were tightly furrowed, and even their bodies started to tremble uncontrollably. What's wrong with the heavenly disciples? Heavens! Why do they look like they're in so much pain? Could it be that they ate something bad? Isn't that obvious? It was obvious that there was something wrong with that red fruit. That thing is poisonous. It's not as simple as poison. There's no poison in the world that can affect heaven and earth. This is an evil consequence of a higher level, or rather, it's a combination of the negative emotions of all living beings in the universe due to the heavenly Tao being broken. The ancient Dragon Empress provided an explanation to everyone within the heaven-crushing, glazed palace. Only then did everyone realize why the two heavenly sons were so serious. Were they fighting against the negative influences of the entire universe? Anything, once it involved the universe level, was an unimaginably terrifying thing. It could easily destroy any life form. Boundless emotional energy exploded within the bodies of the two heavenly sons. Their bodies were on the verge of exploding. If they were weaker gods of creation, they would have definitely been driven insane by this. But Chen Chen and Cyril were able to hold on through sheer determination. Cyril even began to chortle with glee. Ha ha ha! Chen Chen, we've succeeded. We can perfectly share the burden of this terrifying power. Biffed! Cyril laughed heartily before suddenly throwing up a mouthful of blood. Chun Chen shot a cold glance at the man who was laughing heartily. Cut the crap and focus. Uffed! He couldn't help but throw up a mouthful of blood as well. Cyril, Chin Chin, all of the heaven-crushing sect members let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this. This was the first time they had seen the two heavenly sons wounded at this point in the heaven-crushing plan. These were two beings who were virtually invincible. At this moment, the emotional energy of the entire universe exploded within their bodies. This energy was more terrifying than any god of creation's attack, and it was countless times more terrifying than the explosion of a large world within their bodies. Boundless tribulations and boundless negative energy. Cyril and Chin Chen's eyes were already completely bloodshot, and violent thoughts of slaughter and annihilation reverberated relentlessly in their minds. If they were super mighty figures or even gods of creation, they would have most likely lost themselves a long time ago. Chun Chin and Cyril were also in an extremely difficult situation. Both of them unleashed their respective divine techniques to repress the violent tribulation of life power within their bodies. Chun Chin had been forced to unleash his most powerful trump card, which was the power of his inner universe, to open up a spotless realm to contain the violent power. However, there was still a vast amount of negative emotions and resentment that penetrated through the spotless realm to directly affect Chin Chen's body. Cyril unleashed a mystic technique to unleash his true demon origin energy to its maximal extent, but he was still throwing up blood at a rate that was almost 3 times that of Chin Chin. However, Chun Chin wasn't worried about him as Cyril had a lot of blood. Chun Chin was different. His blood was extremely precious, and every single drop of it was a crystallization of energy and power. After refining it, it could be sold as a top-grade divine rank material. Ancient Dragon Empress, Are those two heavenly sons really going to be all right? Some of the heaven-crushing sect members were panicking. The ancient dragon empress lips twitched. How was she supposed to respond? This didn't look like it was going to be all right. They were about to throw up all their blood. However, she couldn't just tell them that the two heavenly sons were in danger. Thus, the ancient dragon empress chose to remain silent. In reality, no one could tell what was going on from the outside. This tribulation was even more minor than all of the previous tribulations. However, it was actually more dangerous than all of the previous tribulations. This was because the power that was attacking the two heavenly sons was a universe-rank power. Chun-Chin and Cyril were currently experiencing the most difficult moment. Both of their faces had become extremely pale, and the negative emotions within their bodies were becoming more and more exaggerated and powerful. Not only were their bodies about to explode, but it was as if the universe itself was about to explode as well. In the next instant, Chun-Chin and Cyril's stomachs began to bulge strangely. First, it was 1 month. Then it was 3 months. In the end, it became 8 months. Not only that, but both of their stomachs also began to bulge like 2 round balls. Oh! Cyril couldn't take it anymore, and he howled in pain. Chun-Chin's face was deathly pale, and he gritted his teeth as he tried his best not to howl. To be honest, it was too embarrassing to howl out loud, especially when a man was howling like this when his stomach was bloated. Those who didn't know better would think that he had some sort of relationship with Cyril. They ate a forbidden fruit, yet their stomachs were suddenly impregnated. If word of this got out, it wouldn't be good. Chun-Chin endured and endured. Cyril endured and endured. All of the heaven-crushing, glazed palace members widened their eyes as they watched nervously. In the end, it was as if the thing in their stomachs had broken through a certain limit. Bam! Bam! 2 massive explosions erupted into the heavens. Chun-Chin and Cyril's stomachs exploded at the same time. They transformed into 2 clouds of crimson mist in the sky. Chapter 2342. 2 clouds of crimson mist exploded in the air. It was so sudden and terrifying. Chun-Chin and Cyril's stomachs exploded, shocking all of the heaven-crushing sect members. Some of the female cultivators even screamed in horror. My God, the heavenly disciples have exploded. Our heavenly disciples have exploded. Quick, who's skilled in medicine? Hurry and save them. All of the heaven-crushing sect members were in a state of complete panic. They felt as if their 2 pillars had collapsed and the world had lost all its luster. Shui Yin immediately rose into the air and tried to rush to Chun-Chin's side. However, she suddenly faltered in midair. The crimson mist dissipated, and Chun-Chin and Cyril were still there. Chun-Chin clutched his stomach, and his clothes were stained red with blood. The white light that was imbued with the power of the universe and shimmering with billions of stars formed a ball of light to suppress the power within his stomach. Cyril appeared to be in an even more wretched state. There was already a massive hole in his stomach, from which a crimson consciousness entity was exploding incessantly, trying to destroy his existence. However, the vast true demon origin energy around his stomach was able to withstand the explosions within his stomach. Thankfully, the 2 heavenly disciples had many tricks up their sleeves, so they weren't killed on the spot. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Chun-Chin and Cyril looked at each other, and both of them could see a hint of lingering fear in each other's eyes. Only Chun-Chin and Cyril were aware of just how perilous their experience had been. Just a moment ago, the power of negative emotions in the universe had reached its peak. They had almost been completely obliterated by the power of the tribulation of all beings. Not only that, but the heaven-crushing glazed palace and the heaven-crushing formation were also about to be pulverized by that devastating power. Thankfully, they had managed to hold on and suppress it. What followed next was a slow process of wearing down and enduring. This process required time. The heaven-crushing process was already nearing its end. At this moment, the battle over the White Nectar Sea was also nearing its end. Due to the activation of the heavenly life god's Tao manifestation, the three-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation's power had been activated to its maximum, causing the power of the 10 primordial beings to increase explosively. The gate of hell was still wide open, and torrential blood water kept gushing out from it. The power of the blood sea was getting more and more turbulent, and the demons and ghosts were getting more and more violent. The three creatures couldn't hold on any longer, and they were forced to dispel the extreme psionic state. Countless ferocious ghosts and powerful demons pounced on the three living beings. The power of the blood sea crazily suppressed the three living beings. The bodies of the three living beings were torn apart several times, and their source power grew weaker and weaker. I can't believe that I, the highest god of the spirit clan, was not defeated by the flower goddess, but will be swallowed by this broken door. The three creatures struggled to think of a way out of this situation. They felt an indescribable sense of humiliation. Perhaps the pinnacle of its life was about to fall here? The three creatures were very unwilling, but faced with the hopeless situation before them, there was nothing they could do. At the next moment, a strange bell suddenly rang. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The crisp sound of the bell reverberated in every corner of the blood sea. The three creatures shivered. They heard a different rhythm from the bell sound. Every sound reverberated in the depths of one's soul. It could awaken one's sleeping conscience and calm one's violent soul. Even the extremely savage evil spirits and demons in the blood sea showed obvious changes in their emotions. They were no longer savage. This is the soul calming sound. The three creatures knew that the rhythm of the sound contained an extremely profound Taoist spell, and it wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could do. The three heads of the three creatures turned toward a certain direction at the same time, and their bright pupils contracted. They clearly saw an elegant man in a black robe step into the blood sea. With steady steps, he walked toward the gate of hell. At this moment, billions of demons and ghosts roared and released violent presences as they pounced toward the black-robed man. When enemies appeared, even the best soul-calming sound couldn't stop them. Mere demons and ghosts dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? The man let loose a clear roar, and a reddish-golden shockwave instantly expanded for thousands of kilometers. Regardless of whether it was the sinister demons or the sinister ghosts, all of them seemed to have been immobilized, as if they had been immobilized. What was most astonishing to the three creatures was that for the first time, all of the demons and ghosts were looking at the man with fear and submission in their eyes. One had to realize that these monsters from the infernal sea were attacking him in a suicidal manner, even when he had unleashed his full power. In other words, no matter how powerful the enemy was, they shouldn't be displaying such an expression. Why were they so fearful of this man? Fellow cultivator, I am the god of creation of the spirit tribe of the divine mirror world. May I know your name? The three creatures asked in a loud voice after ascertaining that this stranger was an ally. The man's clear roar intimidated billions of demons and ghosts, but he nodded with a friendly smile upon seeing the three creatures. Nice to meet you. I am the paramount god of the Tai Chu continent's ghost tribe, Patriarch Zhu Yin. The paramount god of the Tai Chu continent's ghost tribe. The three creatures suddenly understood why those evil ghosts and fiends were so afraid of the man in front of them. He was the paramount god of the ghost tribe of the Tai Chu continent, which was located at the center of the universe. What did this mean? This meant that no one in the entire universe could match up to him in terms of the ghost Tao. This was how powerful a paramount god was. Just like that, the billions of evil spirits and demons were rooted to the spot. They clearly wanted to move, they clearly wanted to attack, but they were completely frozen in place by the strange aura. Unable to move at all, Patriarch Zhu Yin was like their king, and they could only look on as the black-robed man made his way toward the gates of hell. However, right at this moment, the infernal sea seemed to have sensed something, and it began to churn violently. As the infernal sea surged, two crimson hands over 100,000 feet in length suddenly materialized, obscuring heaven and earth before crashing down toward the man with boundless power of death. The demons and ghosts were afraid of Patriarch Zhuyin, but it wasn't. This was because the infernal sea released by the gates of hell was the true form of the 10 primordial creatures. As for the demons and ghosts, they were merely derivatives of the infernal sea. Patriarch Zhuyin's expression remained unchanged as he extended a palm toward the crimson hands, upon which a crimson golden essential power erupted from his palm. Boom! The reddish golden palm energy distorted space and the laws of nature, instantly crushing the two majestic pairs of bloody hands into steam. Even the hundreds of thousands of evil spirits and demons in the surroundings were smashed into ashes. One palm and all life was destroyed. Patriarch Zhu Yin looked at the infernal sea with a calm expression. What other techniques do you have? Use them now. If you don't, I'm going to break down the gate. Chapter 2343. The three living beings were in awe of Patriarch Zhu Yin's peerlessly domineering aura. As expected, a god of creation native to the Tai Chu continent was no ordinary being. Even though he wasn't as powerful as Goddess Tina, he was still quite impressive. Hey, Xiaoru, can you stop flexing and get down to business? A crisp, pleasant female voice sounded from the floral bracelet around Patriarch Zhu Yin's wrist. Boom! The infernal sea was enraged by Patriarch Zhu Yin's words. The blood sea surged violently, sweeping up earth-shattering tsunamis. A demonic head bloodlion over 300,000 feet tall suddenly leaped out of the blood sea, and just one roar was enough to sweep up a massive wave of blood tens of thousands of feet tall. Extremely terrifying and hellish aura proliferated forth in a frenzy. Any return to void stage mighty figure that was struck by this aura would be reduced to a puddle of blood. The three living beings were astonished. The infernal sea still has this kind of power? They knew that this was the final trump card that the infernal sea had unleashed after giving up on the evil spirits and demons. However, they didn't think that the infernal sea would be so powerful. Is this your trump card? Patriarch Zhu Yin smiled. It is indeed very powerful. Looks like I have to get serious. As he spoke, his skin began to turn crimson and crystal red dragon horns began to protrude from his head. Azure dragon scales began to appear on his skin, and an extremely powerful divine aura began to spread in the form of a substantial ripple. Roar! At this moment, the demonic head bloodlion had already extended its sharp claws, which were powerful enough to tear apart the heavens, toward Patriarch Zhu Yin. Before its crimson claws had even landed, a few abysses had already been torn open in the infernal sea. Ha ha ha! Very good, very good. Patriarch Zhu Yin chortled with glee as he faced the terrifying demonic head bloodlion and stretched lazily. All of a sudden, Patriarch Zhu Yin's body began to expand drastically. Not only was his body expanding, but his head was also expanding. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 100,000 feet to the ghost head bloodlion. It was originally smaller than a grain, but it suddenly expanded to several times its size. Furthermore, it knocked away the ghost head bloodlion's sharp claws with its head. Before the ghost head bloodlion could react, it saw the human-headed dragon god's godly spirit whip its tail. Like a bolt of azure light, it sent the continent-sized ghost head bloodlion flying thousands of kilometers away. The tragic cries of the lion and the roar of the dragon echoed throughout the world. The three living beings' eyes widened as they stared at Patriarch Zhu Yin. Patriarch Zhu Yin's body was over 1,000,000 feet long. It had a gigantic human head with dragon horns, and its eyes were like two blazing suns. Its body was in the shape of a dragon, and its green scales glowed with a cold green divine light. With a gentle flick of its tail, It could set off a tsunami that reached the sky. This was Patriarch Zhu Yin's true form, the supreme god of the ghost tribe with a human head and a dragon body. Phew! It gently blew a breath of air at the surging sea of blood. The reddish-gold origin energy carried a strange cold aura as it spread out in all directions like a ring-shaped shockwave. It actually froze the violent and crazy sea of blood. Crack, crack, crack. The paramount ghost's frosty power quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the entire sea of blood within a radius of over 5,000 kilometers was frozen into a sea of blood. Roar! How dare you freeze my infernal sea? You're dead! The ghost head blood lion roared as it charged toward Patriarch Zhu Yin from afar. Soul roar! Roar! The ghost head blood lion suddenly opened its mouth and let loose a roar. Dark red sound waves drew upon the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth to form countless crimson sound waves that swept toward Patriarch Zhu Yin's dragon body. That extreme soul power caused a soul shock. Even the three creatures in the distance could feel a force tearing their souls apart. Patriarch Zhu Yin also opened his mouth, and crimson golden essential power quickly converged within it. Death, reincarnation, dragon might, and ghostly Tao. The four elements were perfectly fused together, and the power of the ultimate essence erupted forth at this moment. 900 million Luo heavenly ghost cannon. Boom! The crimson golden dragon's roar erupted in a fan-shaped manner. In the next instant, the two roars clashed, and it was as if two stars had exploded. Terrifying power instantly tore through the frozen sea and evaporated the sea of blood within a radius of over 5,000 kilometers. The crimson golden dragon's roar then became even more powerful, and engulfed the power of the ghost head blood lion's roar before devouring its body right before the ghost head blood lion's horrified eyes. Roar, roar, roar! The blood lion held with anguish as its gargantuan body of hundreds of thousands of feet continued to thrash about in a frenzy. Dragon might was responsible for suppression. Death was responsible for destruction, and reincarnation was responsible for severing life force. Soon, the blood lion was reduced to a puddle of blood again before merging into the sea of blood. It was also at this moment that the sea of blood seemed to have suffered some kind of lethal blow, and it completely wilted. Even the roaring sea in the distance had become a lot quieter, as if it were a child that had been beaten into submission. So powerful! The three living beings murmured to themselves as they looked at Patriarch Zhu Yin. The power that Patriarch Zhu Yin was displaying at this moment had already exceeded his maximum capacity. Patriarch Zhu Yin's body quickly shrank back into the elegant, middle-aged man in a black robe. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked around at the sea of blood, as if he were asking, "Do you have any more techniques? Come at me." Billions of evil ghosts and demons were immobilized on the spot. The once turbulent and evil infernal sea had also become a little more tranquil. The sea of blood remained silent. Patriarch Zhu Yin strode forward and stood in front of the gate of hell. The infernal sea and the gate of hell were like going home to the paramount gods of the ghost tribe, and there was nothing to be afraid of. This gate of hell is unimaginably tough, and it seems to have taken root in the Tao of heaven and earth. It's very difficult to break or close it using normal methods, but I've already tried many methods. The three living beings cautioned in order to save Patriarch Zhu Yin some time. A faint smile appeared on Patriarch Zhu Yin's face. "I've seen everything you've done, but you know what? The gate of hell doesn't actually have to be closed from the outside." The three living beings faltered upon hearing this before a very absurd thought occurred to them. "What did you say? Could it be that you want to—" Patriarch Zhu Yin looked up at the infernal gates, which were still gushing with blood, and he strode toward the two massive gates again. His body gradually disappeared, and only his voice could be heard. "That's right. Closing the gates from the inside is the correct way to do things." Patriarch Zhu Yin disappeared into the gate of hell. The three living beings were dumbstruck. He had never even thought about entering the gate. This was like a gate that was constantly gushing with lava. Normal people would want to close the gate from the outside, but who would think about going into the gate and closing the gate from the inside? However, Patriarch Zhuyin had done just that. Chapter 2344. Patriarch Zhu Yin's actions had given the three living beings quite a fright. Is he really going to be all right? Will he be able to come back? The three living beings knew that this was an extremely risky move. One had to know that they didn't even know what was behind the gates. How confident did he have to be able to do this? Rumble, a peculiar sound erupted. The two massive gates of hell were slowly closing in at a rate discernible to the naked eye. At the same time, a boundless sea of blood was surging into the gates at an extremely terrifying rate. He really did it. The three living beings were extremely excited. The sea of blood became smaller and smaller, and the gates of hell also became smaller and smaller. In the end, all of the sea of blood surged into the gates of hell, and the gates of hell were completely shut. Tears welled up in the eyes of the three living beings upon seeing this. It had wanted to see this even in its dreams, but its dream had been fulfilled by Patriarch Zhuyin. The infernal gate disaster had finally been averted. But how is Patriarch Zhuyin going to come out? Is he going to open the gates of hell again? The three living beings' three heads were filled with question marks as they looked at the massive gates of hell. In the next instant, a crisp sound erupted from within the gates of hell. Countless cracks began to appear on the gargantuan gates, before finally shattering into countless shards that fell into the white nectar sea. As for Patriarch Zhuyin, he had already disappeared from this world. Where did Patriarch Zhuyin go? Could he have already died? From the moment he stepped into the gates of hell, he had no intention of coming back. He chose a path of no return for this world. Tui! How could he say that? He was such a confident and powerful man. How could he die so easily? The three living beings began to discuss spiritedly among themselves. At this moment, all of the heaven-crushing united army spectating from afar were extremely excited. Never would they have thought that the paramount god of the ghost tribe would participate in this battle at such a critical moment. This was undoubtedly a massive boost to their morale. Even Nuwa, who was spectating from afar, was shocked by this. Zhuyin is also participating in this battle? Isn't he a god of creation who likes to spend time with the two of them? Even when the opposite shore realm is in turmoil, he can't be bothered to take the initiative. Why is he so interested in this battle? Nuwa was perplexed. At this moment, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue chuckled happily. He stroked his beard and said, "The time has come, the time has come." Nuwa raised her eyebrows and asked, "When did they arrive?" At this time, the old man's figure became fainter and fainter before finally disappearing. "Sky Sovereign, what are you thinking about now?" A wisp of contemplation appeared on Nuwa's extremely gentle and beautiful face. She glanced at the heaven Tao that might collapse completely at any moment, and she seemed to have understood something before she sighed. Really, is it so easy for people to change sides? In the western region of the White Nectar Sea, on a boundless land of fortune, close to 100 primordial beasts unleashed their divine might as they chased Enlin and Tina relentlessly. Meanwhile, Enlin and Tina were relentlessly attacking the heavenly life goddess, and they were relentlessly attacking her with no regard for the cost or energy expenditure they had to expend. What if Tina ran out of energy? All she had to do was swallow a divine pill. The foundation that the divine mirror world had built up over such a long period of time was no joke. What if Enlin ran out of energy? That was even easier to deal with, as he still had a power bank. The life goddess was very, very powerful, but in the face of the combined attacks of two beings who were both at the pinnacle of the god of creation stage, she was still unable to immediately escape from her predicament. At this moment, a true Buddha appeared in the Buddhist kingdom of the West to deliver all living beings from suffering. Zhuyin hovered in the northern region of the White Nectar Sea, suppressing the infernal sea. One extremely powerful being after another began to display their power, placing more and more pressure on the heavenly life goddess. Just how powerful was the Tai Chu continent? Perhaps, until the very last moment, no one would know. And Lin was very elated. He was stunned by the power of the Buddhist Tao of the Gautama Buddha, and he was also elated that Patriarch Zhu Yin had decided to join the battle. All of this made him feel a sense of warmth. He could sense that there were many powerful beings fighting alongside him, and this was a very good feeling. His desire to hammer the heavenly life goddess became even more intense. Little Xia! And Lin had just about exhausted all of his energy, and he immediately yelled. At this moment, little Xia stabbed her evil-slaying sword into the heavenly liquid god's body and used her final Bluetooth power bank. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Final Tao. The boundless power of the heavenly liquid god began to quickly flow into Lin's body, slowly strengthening him. At the same time, the power of the heavenly Tao within his body surged like a tidal wave, filling his body to the brim again. Ah! And Lin's face was flushed with satisfaction. The heavenly life goddess features paled with rage. She hated expressions like this on Lin's face the most. Everyone was clearly exhausted from the battle, so why was he able to cheat and recover his energy? However, the three paramount gods were quite relieved that this dead, heavenly liquid god was in Lin's final power bank. There would be no more after this. What the F*CK was this. A sense of sorrow welled up in the hearts of the three paramount heavenly gods. Aside from the three of them, all of the other heavenly human tribe, heavenly gods had died. The three lonely old men could only form a group and stay together. Just the thought of it made them feel extremely miserable. In reality, the Blood Tribe, Void Spirit Tribe, and other powers were also feeling just as dejected as them, and they were secretly appraising the battle that was taking place on the other side of the White Nectar Sea. All of the heavenly human tribe United Army's allies had died, but they had managed to survive. Were they rejoicing? A little. But they were also extremely dejected and remorseful. They were warriors, but they were also witnesses. The heavenly human tribe had once stood at the pinnacle of the entire Tai Chu continent, but they had witnessed the heavenly human tribe's relentless decline and defeat before finally being completely wiped out. This time, they had chosen the wrong side. They had chosen the wrong side. They had underestimated the power of the Tai Chu continent. They had underestimated the 4-9 Immortal Sect, and they had underestimated the man's terrifying potential and his ability to create miracles. That's right, this was the man who was hailed as the #1 war god on the Tai Chu continent by the heaven-crushing United Army, the man who was chasing after the three paramount heavenly gods. And Lin, all of the Blood Tribe, Void Spirit Tribe, and Creation Realm powerful beings had interacted with Lin to a certain extent, so their hearts were filled with indescribable, complex emotions. In particular, Hong Do, who had grown up with Lin, couldn't help but fall into a daze at the sight of this man who could dictate the fate of the entire Tai Chu continent. Was this still the same young man who had battled with him so many years ago? How had Lin grown to such an insane level in just 100 years? If he had known that Lin was so bad *SS, he would have joined the heavenly human tribe United Army as a licker. What an idiot. Chapter 2345. On the land of creation, created by the life goddess, and Lin's combat prowess had reached the pinnacle again, and he threw a punch toward the life goddess. The power of the new 5 elements surged forth and tore through everything in its path. The life goddess unleashed a triple-layered shield of the power of the sea, sky, and heavens, and only then was she able to withstand Lin's punch. And Lin was even more powerful than before. Damn it, this be *starred. The life goddess stumbled back in retreat as the colorful jade hairpin beside her stabbed toward Lin's heart. And Lin didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he continued to throw punches. A golden light flashed, and Tina charged toward Lin with her world sword in hand. Her sword instantly slashed horizontally to slice through the lethal rainbow jade hairpin. Damn it. The life goddess was enraged by their teamwork. At this moment, Lin's fist had already fallen. The life goddess had no choice but to use the power of the sea, sky, and heavens to defend herself. Another earth-shattering collision ensued, and the woman in the flowery dress was blasted flying by the power of Lin's punch. She was just about to retaliate when one of the 6 heavenly human wings on her back suddenly burst into flames. Her body shuddered from the excruciating pain. Lin took advantage of this opportunity, and he gripped the air with one hand. "Sword, come!" A black streak of light fell from the sky. It landed in Lin's hand, and at the same time, extreme sword Dao true intent proliferated throughout heaven and earth. 6 strikes of the war god. Divine sword. The inky black blade of the evil-slaying sword suddenly turned a pure golden jade color, and the pinnacle sword intent of the monarch of the sword was unleashed without reservation. Golden essential sword intent pierced through heaven and earth. Lin was the #1 war god on the Tai Chu continent. At this moment, he had transformed into the #1 sword immortal on the Tai Chu continent, and he slashed his peerless divine sword toward the life goddess without any hesitation. His peerless sword intent surged through heaven and earth. All living beings in the central region of the Tai Chu continent could see the golden sword projection piercing through the heavens. It was pure, powerful, and filled with boundless righteousness. In the next moment, the incomparably powerful sword aura had already slashed down on the life goddess. The life goddess frantically constructed her defenses, but her defenses were so pale and powerless in the face of that terrifying sword slash. They were torn apart layer by layer, and then fell on her delicate and perfect body, from her fair shoulder all the way to her slender waist, cutting her diagonally in half. When the golden light dissipated, blood splattered in the sky. The 2 halves of the heavenly life goddess body began to plummet toward the ground. Lin was panting heavily as he cast a glance at Tina. Tina immediately understood her intentions, and she charged toward the life goddess with the divine mirror world sword in her hand. The sword in her hand transformed into billions of sword projections that sliced the life goddess body into billions of particles. At this moment, close to 100 giant beasts pounced toward Lin and Tina again. Lin turned around and unleashed a few extremely powerful sword projections toward one of the 9-headed heavenly rocks, which bore the brunt of his attack and cleanly decapitated all 9 of its heads. The 9-headed heavenly bird didn't even get a chance to let out a wail of anguish before it fell to the ground. However, its flesh and blood squirmed in midair, and 9 new heads grew out of its body. These giant beasts still possess immortal bodies. It looks like the heavenly life goddess is still alive. Lin flicked his sword projection before flying toward another direction at an extremely fast speed. Lin and Tina had no intention of engaging in a battle of attrition. Instead, they flew in circles around the creation realm and kite the giant beasts. Sure enough, the life goddess was resurrected after a short while. She looked no different from before, and she was completely unscathed. However, she was missing one of her wings, thereby reducing her from 6 to 5. Furthermore, her face was a little pale, as if she had overexerted herself. Lin, the life goddess, glared at Lin with resentment in her beautiful eyes, as if Lin had dumped her 800 times. Lin also turned toward the life goddess, and he was given a fright by her expression. What was going on? Why was she only glaring at him and not at Tina? He carefully inspected the life goddess condition, and he knew that her resurrection required the essence of life as an ingredient. Once she died to a certain extent, she would still truly die. Of course, and Lin wasn't placing all of his hopes on this. He was actually waiting for something else. He was waiting for the life goddess to unleash her Tao true manifestation. That's right, and Lin knew that there was a time limit to the Tao true manifestation of a paramount heavenly god. From the time that the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god had unleashed their Tao true manifestations, and Lin could deduce how long the life goddess would be able to unleash her Tao true manifestation. As long as Enlin could last through this period of time, the life goddess would be at his mercy. Of course, the best way to stall for time wasn't to just focus on defense. Instead, it was to attack. If he could kill the life goddess by attacking, he would also be able to deplete her essence of life, thereby hastening the end of her Tao true manifestation. In the distance, the life goddess in a floral dress detected in Lin's thoughts, and a hint of mockery flashed through her hateful eyes. "Heh, and Lin, I know what you're thinking. Aren't you just trying to stall for time until my Tao true manifestation is complete?" The life goddess revealed Enlin's thoughts. She raised her elegant and refined face, and her expression was filled with arrogance and disdain. She said in a cold tone, "But do you know how long my Tao origin image can be maintained after I fused with the 3-trigram true heavenly reincarnation formation?" "How long can it last?" And Lin asked. "Hee, longer than you think. It can definitely last until you can't hold on any longer." The life goddess wasn't going to be tricked by Enlin. Instead, she replied with a confident smile, "Is that so? I'm a man of endurance. You'll see soon enough." And Lin smiled. The life goddess' face convulsed imperceptibly upon hearing this. Why was Enlin talking a little strange? The primordial beasts closed in on Enlin and Tina again. Another battle was about to erupt. All of a sudden, the space beside the life goddess exploded. The life goddess was given a fright, and she hurriedly retreated. At this moment, a black-robed man suddenly leaped out of thin air in an extremely disheveled manner. "Cough, cough, cough. That was close. I thought I wouldn't be able to make it back." A gentle male voice sounded from within the cloud of dust and debris. Where is this?" The man looked around with confusion in his eyes. He was then greeted by the sight of a horde of primordial beasts that were so powerful that chills ran down his spine, as well as an unfathomably powerful woman who struck him with boundless danger, yet was so beautiful that it was almost like a dream. "Hey, Ms. Ding Xiaoru." And Lin extended a warm greeting. This man was none other than the paramount god of the ghost tribe, Patriarch Zhu Yin. Ding Xiaoru. So, the exit that he found by following the origin turned out to be next to the life goddess? The man looked up into the sky with a dejected expression. He was feeling extremely conflicted. So he had fallen into a wolf's den. Chapter 2346. "Hey, fellow Taoist Ding Xiaoru, where are you looking? Look over here." And Lin waved toward Patriarch Zhu Yin with all his might as he yelled, "Look at your King money." Patriarch Zhu Yin's lips twitched slightly, and he really wanted to pretend that he didn't know this be *starred. "Don't you know how to size up the situation? I'm the closest to the life goddess and the primordial beasts right now, and I've fallen into a wolf's den. I really want to cut ties with you." At this moment, the life goddess had already locked onto Patriarch Zhu Yin with a murderous look in her eyes, and her terrifying killing intent had congealed the entire space around her. Cold sweat poured down Patriarch Zhu Yin's face, and he turned with difficulty to look at the exquisitely beautiful woman in her flowery dress. A dazed smile appeared on his face as he said, "I just accidentally trespassed on this place. I'll leave now. A hint of a smile appeared on the life goddess' face. "You killed my 10 primordial beasts, and you still want to leave unscathed? Nonsense. It was a gargantuan monster with a human head and a dragon's body that destroyed the infernal sect. What does that have to do with me, Ding Xiaoru?" Patriarch Zhu Yin retorted with all his might. The life goddess chuckled coldly as she flashed toward Patriarch Zhu Yin. Extremely red power of death suddenly erupted from her slender hands, and her fingers transformed into sharp red claws. Patriarch Zhu Yin's expression shifted drastically, and he hurriedly retreated in retreat. Azure dragon scales instantly appeared on his right arm, transforming it into a dragon arm that had reached the pinnacle in both strength and defense. Deathly silence. Torch dragon god splitting fist. The fist and the claw clashed at this moment, and azure light and crimson light exploded at the same time. Not only was Patriarch Zhu Yin's fist imbued with the paramount power of dragons, it was also imbued with the power of the ghost Dao, which could kill an enemy at the level of reincarnation. However, to his surprise, the woman's crimson claws and the extreme power of death were able to quickly erase the power of dragons, and the power of the ghost Dao, the powerful azure light, only lasted for a few seconds before it was engulfed by the crimson light. The sharp red claws broke through the extremely tough azure dragon scales before stabbing into Patriarch Zhu Yin's fist like sharp swords. Arg. Patriarch Zhu Yin didn't expect his opponent's claws to be so sharp, and he immediately hurtled back in retreat, only to discover that the power of death was rapidly spreading through his wound, causing his arm to quickly age and decay. Without hesitation, he severed his own arm. Then he watched as his arm turned into dried bones, and the dried bones turned into chin-chin. The sight made his scalp go numb. If he had been any slower, the power would have spread to his entire body, and he would have been destroyed by the power of death. Was there a danger of being killed in a second, just because he was injured once? What kind of freak was Lin fighting with? Patriarch Zhu Yin was astonished to discover that the life goddess was flying toward him on a jade hairpin with an indifferent expression. There was a rainbow light trailing behind the hairpin, and it was traveling at an unbelievably fast speed. Even Patriarch Zhu Yin was struggling to keep up with its speed, and the extreme power of death emanating from it struck him with an indescribable sense of peril. Only by experiencing it firsthand would one know that the goddess of life was on a completely different level from the 10 great primordial ancients. She was countless times stronger than the 10 great primordial ancients. No, it was too fast. I can't hide this thought occurred to Patriarch Zhu in the instant he saw the jade hairpin. At this moment, a black shadow flashed by. Bam! A violent collision erupted, bringing with it a divine light explosion. And Lin had knocked the jade hairpin flying with his evil-slaying sword. Patriarch Zhu Yin drew a sharp intake of breath at the sight of the white-robed youth. Mr. Lin, thank you. Why are you being so polite? I should be the one thanking you for stepping forward for us, and Lin said with an elated expression. Patriarch Zhu Yin was exasperated. He only wanted to flex and had no intention of facing the heavenly life goddess, who had unleashed the three-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation. He wouldn't be able to experience just how powerful his enemy was without facing them in battle. He looked at the white-robed man standing in front of him, and his heart sighed with emotion. That immature youth's combat prowess was already superior to his own. At this moment, the life-threatening jade hairpin transformed into countless projections that hurtled toward Lin from all directions, putting Lin in a perilous situation. Thankfully, a sword projection imbued with boundless divine might struck the heavenly life goddess from the side, forcing the heavenly life goddess back and alleviating the pressure on Lin. The attacker was none other than the ridiculously powerful little fairy, Tina. And Lin and Tina attacked the heavenly life goddess again. They were extremely well coordinated, and they were able to hold their own against the heavenly life goddess by attacking without any regard for their own energy expenditure. Right at this moment, the primordial beasts behind them were already closing in. Patriarch Zhu Yin didn't want to fight the heavenly life goddess, so he turned toward the primordial beasts and chortled with glee. Mr. Lin, Ms. Tina, you too take care of the heavenly life goddess. I'll hold off these primordial beasts for you. And Lin was ecstatic to hear this. Thank you, Senior Zhu Yin. Patriarch Zhu Yin's body quickly expanded, and he transformed into his true form of a dragon over 10 million feet in length. His body was so massive that it could crush any of the primordial beasts before him. Roar! Patriarch Zhu Yin whipped his tail through the air, and his tail, which was enshrouded in wind and lightning, flattened a mace-wielding mountain giant. At this moment, three ball-shaped primordial beasts crashed viciously into Patriarch Zhu Yin's body with extreme force. Wind, fire, and poison, three types of elemental powers that had reached the pinnacle of their powers, instantly erupted, knocking Patriarch Zhu Yin back. Thankfully, Patriarch Zhu Yin's dragon scales were tough enough, so the impact didn't inflict much damage on him, except for a slight stomachache. Ha ha ha! Is this all the primordial beasts are capable of? Patriarch Zhu Yin was chortling with glee when a purple void lightning bird suddenly flashed past like a sword projection. Its body of lightning was over 10,000 feet in thickness, but it was pathetically small in comparison to the gargantuan body of over 10 million feet in length. However, it was this bolt of lightning that tore through the indestructible dragon scales and left a gash on Patriarch Zhu Yin's body. Die! Patriarch Zhu Yin blasted forth at the purple void lightning bird. The crimson-golden essential power transformed into heavenly flames that engulfed heaven and earth. And even though the purple void lightning bird was extremely fast, it was still unable to escape from Patriarch Zhu Yin's flames, which instantly reduced the purple void lightning bird's body to ashes. Ha ha ha! Do you see that? This is what you get for offending me. Patriarch Zhu Yin chortled with glee. However, the primordial beasts continued to pounce toward him, and more of them were coming at him. A dozen or so extremely powerful primordial beasts were unleashing terrifying flames upon him, and the terrifying energy encompassed the entire heavens, making the night sky even more dazzling than it was during the day. Damn it! Patriarch Zhu Yin looked at the fearless primordial beasts, and he finally realized that this wasn't going to be an easy task, but he still gritted his teeth and charged forward. Chapter 2347. Boom, boom, boom. Patriarch Zhu Yin and the Primordial Beast Legion were engaged in an extremely intense battle, and Lin and Tina were no longer being pursued by a horde of primordial beasts, so it was a lot easier for them to attack the life goddess. They were truly grateful to brother Zhu Yin for joining them. Will Zhu Yin be able to take on close to 100 primordial beasts on his own? Tina asked with a concerned expression as she attacked the life goddess. Don't worry, he's a paramount god of the ghost tribe. Look at his gargantuan body. He can kill a few primordial beasts just by rolling onto the ground, so there's nothing to be afraid of. And Lin was very impressed by Patriarch Zhu Yin's power. Oh, Tina's pink lips moved, but in the end, she didn't say that they were being suppressed by the primordial beast army. Perhaps Patriarch Zhu Yin really would be able to keep them at bay? Just as these thoughts were running through her mind, Patriarch Zhu Yin's blood-curdling cries erupted in the distance. Oh, ow, ow! The human-headed, dragon-bodied monster thrashed relentlessly in the air, as if some kind of power had invaded its body. And Lin looked around to discover that there were no other beasts attacking him except for the primordial beasts that Zhu Yin had just beaten back. All of the primordial beasts faltered momentarily upon seeing this, and all of them stared at Patriarch Zhu Yin with confusion in their eyes, as if to ask him, "Are you King scamming us?" In the next instant, all of the human-headed, dragon-bodied monster's body suddenly self-detonated, sending boundless amounts of blood and flesh exploding into the air. And Lin could even sense that Patriarch Zhu Yin's essence had also been wounded to a certain extent. This power... And Lin looked up into the sky, and his pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "This is the backlash of the heavenly Tao! F***CK, there's backlash!" Patriarch Zhu Yin also discovered the source of the attack, and he couldn't help but let loose a torrent of abuse. You're about to be blown up by the heaven-crushing sect, and you still have the time to retaliate against me? Everyone knew that any god of creation on the Tai Chu continent who attacked a representative of the heavenly Tao would suffer backlash of varying degrees. Patriarch Zhu Yin had chosen to step in at that time as the three living beings really were on the verge of collapsing. Furthermore, Heaven-crushing sword had already progressed to the late heavenly stage, and the paramount heavenly Tao was already struggling to fend for itself. So it certainly didn't have the spare energy to deal with something like this. That was exactly what Patriarch Zhu Yin was thinking. Truth be told, there was a reason why he had appeared in the sea of abyssal hell, and why his voice had been frozen in place of the trillions of evil spirits and devils, and why he hadn't been in a hurry to destroy the gate of hell. Instead, he had been acting cool in front of the sea of abyssal hell. It was the idea of progressing step by step to see if the heavenly Tao would bite back. Later, when he saw that the heavenly Tao wouldn't retaliate, he felt at ease and blew up the gates of hell. However, he had never imagined that it was not that the heavenly Tao did not retaliate, but that there was a delay in the heavenly Tao's backlash. Patriarch Zhu Yin was in a terrible mood. I feel like I've fallen into a pit. After bombarding Patriarch Zhu Yin for a while, the heavenly Tao finally stopped. At this moment, Patriarch Zhu Yin, who was over 1,000,000 feet tall, had already been reduced to a crippled dragon. His body was riddled with wounds, and his essence had been damaged as he gasped for breath. Fellow Taoist Zhu Yin, are you all right? And Lin was given a fright by Zhu Yin's pitiful state. Do I look all right to you? Patriarch Zhu Yin panted heavily. His body quickly shrank as he reverted back to his human form with a pair of dragon horns. Patriarch Zhu Yin was no longer as calm and refined as before. His entire body was drenched in blood, and his expression was extremely disheveled. His aura had also become a lot weaker. Only then did the dumbstruck beasts come to their senses. They knew that this was the best opportunity to attack, and they pounced toward Patriarch Zhu Yin in unison. Patriarch Zhu Yin's flesh crawled with fear at the sight of the oncoming beasts. Even at his peak, he was already under immense pressure to deal with so many beasts, let alone now. The illusionary demonic kraken twisted space. The two-headed heavenly dragon summoned lightning. The dark shadow serpent flashed through the air like lightning, and the lava lizard spewed flames from the ground. Save me, fellow Taoist and Lin. Patriarch Zhu Yin was forced into a corner by the beasts, and he could no longer maintain his image as a mighty figure, and he yelled for help at Enlin, who was busy dealing with the life goddess. Enlin naturally couldn't just ignore Patriarch Zhu Yin. The golden halo behind him rotated rapidly, and he flashed toward Patriarch Zhu Yin at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake before unleashing an almighty fist toward the beasts pouncing toward Patriarch Zhu Yin. Boom! The power of the new 5 elements fused perfectly with the fist of the heavenly Tao. The terrifying power of the punch caused the void hammer in front of it to explode, and the dozens of prehistoric beasts were all forced back by this attack. Run! And Lin yelled in a loud voice. Patriarch Zhu Yin didn't hesitate, and he immediately fled toward the exit of the land of creation. The beasts wanted to give chase. After all, it was very important for a god of creation to land the killing blow. However, Patriarch Zhu Yin's escape abilities were no joke. Aside from a few beasts that were able to keep up with his speed, all of the other beasts had been left behind. Fellow Taoist and Lin, I'm not feeling well, so I'll be taking my leave now. Even though he was fleeing in a very disheveled manner, Patriarch Zhu Yin's heroic voice still sounded in the distance. Rest in peace, fellow Taoist Zhu Yin. And Lin held off the beasts for Patriarch Zhu Yin. However, following Patriarch Zhu Yin's escape, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Tina was facing off against the life goddess, while Lin was facing off against a few dozen beasts. Both of them were engaged in an arduous battle, and it could even be described as a perilous situation. Everything had been disrupted by Patriarch Zhu Yin's appearance. Fellow Taoist and Lin. Patriarch Zhu Yin looked at Enlin with complex emotions. His heart was filled with warmth, but at the same time he was also feeling very guilty. Not only had he not been of any help, but he had even become a burden? After all, Enlin and Tina had been playing along quite well. They were kiting the primordial beasts before chasing after the life goddess. Now, in order to prevent the primordial beasts from attacking him, they had no choice but to keep the primordial beasts at bay. Ding Xiaoru, oh Ding Xiaoru, you're the most powerful being of the opposite shore realm, the paramount god of the ghost tribe. But in the end, you've become a coward who only knows how to run and hold others back? Patriarch Zhu Yin took a deep breath and looked at his storage ring. As a god of creation from the Tai Chu continent, he had quite a few trump cards, so a light flashed from his storage ring. 3 pills that made heaven and earth tremble appeared in his hand. These were 3 high-rank divine pills. Patriarch Zhu Yin swallowed the 3 high-rank divine pills at once, upon which terrifying power erupted from the pills and quickly healed the injuries he had sustained from the backlash of the heavenly Tao. In fact, the pill contained top-notch Tao energy. Even his damage source was showing signs of gradually recovering. Soon, most of the injuries he had sustained were healed by the fearsome power of the pills. Patriarch Zhu Yin's fleeing body faltered before he turned around and flew toward Enlin. Mr. Enlin, I'm back. Chapter 2348. Mr. Zhu Yin. Enlin's heart jolted at the sight of Patriarch Zhu Yin. Why are you back? I'm here to help you. A determined expression appeared on Patriarch Zhu Yin's face. My injuries have completely healed, so you don't have to worry. And Lin took a closer look, and sure enough, he could sense that the other party's injuries had mostly healed. He couldn't help but be astonished. After sensing the vigorous medicinal power erupting from the other party's body, he came to a sudden realization. So this was also a player with money. Several seconds later, Patriarch Zhu Yin transformed into his true form over 1,000,000 feet tall before pouncing toward the several dozen primordial beasts. And Lin, go and help Tina, Patriarch Zhu Yin instructed in a domineering voice. And Lin was very happy that Patriarch Zhu Yin was able to return to the battlefield, and he nodded in response. All right, hang in there. As long as the Tao of the Life Goddess unleashes her true form of time, we'll be able to win this battle. He flew toward Tina with his evil-slaying sword in hand. Tina used her ultra-powerful swordsmanship to defend herself against the Life Goddess Jade Hairpin, and the space within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was shattered before it even had a chance to heal. Tina's divine mirror world sword was super powerful and had already transcended beyond the realm of divine tools. It was a heavenly Tao level weapon, and her swordsmanship was at the pinnacle of the Tai Chu continent. Even so, she was still struggling to breathe under the Life Goddess' relentless attacks. A series of gashes and holes appeared on her petite body, and even though they weren't lethal wounds, they were still extremely painful to deal with. At this moment, a black sword projection flashed through the air and sliced through the jade hairpin. And Lin had rejoined the battle against the Life Goddess. Giant and Lin. An elated smile appeared on Tina's face. She had nothing to fear now that she could fight alongside Enlin. The two of them unleashed another frenzied barrage of attacks toward the Life Goddess, and the tables were turned once again. At this moment, at the central region of the White Nectar Sea, countless earth-shattering collisions erupted, as if the sun were flashing incessantly. All of a sudden, boundless spear projections tore through the night sky, turning the starry night sky into a vast expanse of silver. The sky crocodile's blood-curdling screeches reverberated through the heavens, and the earth as its massive body fell into the sea. After its strength skyrocketed, its skin, which had become especially hard, was pierced by the silver spear, leaving bloody holes. Blackstone gripped the silver-white spear with both hands. His pitch-black wings stretched out for hundreds of thousands of meters, covering the entire sky. The extremely sharp silver-white spear light became the only color in the world, like a peerless heavenly sword in the eternal night. Ultimate creation's spear of truth. Godslayer. Blackstone gripped his spear with both hands and thrust it towards the sky crocodile. The extreme spear radiance brought with it the power to split the heavens and earth as it fell from the sky. The silvery white origin force illuminated the sky and the sea into a silvery white ocean. There was a spear, the only truth, that pierced through the heavens and the earth, piercing through the boundaries, directly breaking through the absolute sky defense of the sky crocodile, and directly piercing through the head of the sky crocodile. The sky crocodile's body shuddered, and a deeper level of its essence was also destroyed by the silver spear projection at this moment. The silver spear light dissipated. The broken body fell into the sea and was swallowed by the bottomless whirlpool. Phew! Black Stone heaved a sigh of relief as cold sweat dripped down her pale face. She retracted her wings, but her spear-wielding arm was still trembling slightly. It was clear that she had overexerted herself in that last attack. I won. Her eyes were bright, and a smile appeared on her face. Even though her face was a little pale, her smile was still breathtakingly beautiful. She had relied on her absolute power to slay the sky crocodile. This was not an easy feat. She had completed the mission given to her by the heaven-crushing goddess. This was what made her the happiest. At this moment, the heaven-crushing united army spectating from afar were all extremely excited. It was another hearty victory. Every victory was worthy of their happiness. The Darkwing Emperor's eyes lit up as a strange emotion welled up in his heart. This was the attitude that a top-tier powerful being in the Darkwing tribe should have. He didn't know what the Black Stone goddess thought of him or whether she would be interested in him. Gradually, a burst of fighting spirit welled up in the Darkwing Emperor's heart. He felt like the reason why he had been single for tens of thousands of years was finally here. At this moment, the black-robed woman put away her spear and swallowed 2 immortal pills. It's a pity that I've overexerted myself and can't continue to fight. Blackstone was a little concerned as he looked at his other 2 companions, who were embroiled in a bitter battle. Mou and Tian were still embroiled in a bitter battle. The 3 living beings and Blackstone were in an extremely feeble state after taking care of their enemies, so they couldn't do anything. Perhaps the only one who could help was Flowing Gold. However, he was also severely disabled, so his combat prowess was about the same as that of a god of creation in the infinite realm of stars. Perhaps he was even a little weaker. At this level of power, he would most likely only cause more trouble. Flowing Gold felt like he shouldn't embarrass himself like this. At this moment, the Sword Maiden and Lin were engaged in a mixed attack against a round rock. The Sword Maiden viciously struck the rock, sending it flying. Then, Lin's heavenly thread sliced through the rock like a net, sending it flying again. After the rock was sent flying, the Sword Maiden wielded her heavenly sword and struck the rock in front of her again, sending it flying again. Thus, it was struck back and forth by the Sword Maiden and Lin. But it couldn't find a chance to retaliate, of course. It wasn't completely useless in this battle. At the very least, the 2 beauties were sweating profusely and exhausted from their attacks. Damn it! Why is this thing so hard? The Sword Maiden gritted her teeth. Lin also had a headache as she looked at the cracks on the surface of the rock. They could injure Mou and inflict large and small cuts on its body, but they were unable to slice the rock in half, nor were they able to destroy Mou's god of creation essence. This was because this rock was a large world. Unless they could slice a large world in half, they wouldn't be able to inflict lethal damage on Mou. Only at this moment did the 2 heavenly beings realize just how troublesome Mou was. If this continued, they would either be smashed to death by Mou or die from exhaustion. Lin, what should we do? We can't continue like this. The Sword Maiden began to panic as she watched the 10 ancient beings fall one after another. Lin's clear eyes swept across the battlefield before finally locking onto Heisher. This one is too hard to kill, so let's change targets. Lin spoke calmly. The Sword Maiden's eyes also lit up. That's right. Why did they have to chase after a bunch of flesh instead of killing them? After the sword lady slashed Mou away again, she immediately rode her sword through the void like a stream of light, piercing the black stone in the distance. Lin used the heaven's thread to pierce through space and stepped on the white thread. Her body drew an exaggerated arc on top of the white thread before shooting forward, like an arrow. To everyone's surprise, the two primordial celestial beings suddenly pounced toward Haysher, who was already extremely feeble. Chapter 2349. Look out, Black Stone! Flowing Gold yelled in a panicked voice upon seeing the two heavenly beings unleash attacks. He immediately tried to chase after the heavenly beings, but he was far too slow. Even Mou was unable to catch up to the two primordial heavenly beings. A crimson light erupted from the Sword Maiden's celestial sword. The heavenly threads in Lin's hand tore through space as if they were slicing through tofu before sweeping toward Blackstone from all directions. This attack was enough to seal off all of Blackstone's paths of retreat. Blackstone could sense extreme peril and the threat of death looming over her, but she did not retreat or run. Instead, she quickly pulled out her silver spear and adopted a battle stance. Running away was useless. The only way out was to fight. Heaven and earth. Projection, heavenly net. Lin abruptly tugged at the air, and countless sharp white threads appeared from thin air, forming a massive spherical net that trapped Blackstone at the center before quickly converging with extreme sharpness. These were threads that could even shred the bodies of God of Creation stage beings. Countless phenomena appeared on the threads, all of which were imbued with the power of the Tao realm and could nullify all types of attacks, thereby maximizing the power of the heavenly threads. Blackstone flew toward a certain direction without any hesitation before thrusting her spear forward like a dragon. However, the spear was unable to pierce through the extremely resilient heavenly threads, and it only managed to emit a sharp screeching sound. You can't even break through with a single point. Blackstone faltered slightly. She knew that she could definitely do this if she was at her peak, but she was too weak now. At this moment, the heavenly threads had already converged. There was no need for the Sword Maiden to do anything. Lin alone was enough to cut her to death. Blackstone was filled with indignation. All of a sudden, water vapor began to condense around her. At the same time, the amount of water rapidly increased. Just as she was trying to figure out what this was, the water suddenly exploded. A graceful mermaid with snowy white skin suddenly appeared beside her. Her divine halo released an extremely dazzling divine light, and there was a blue divine symbol on her forehead as she activated the power within her body to the extreme. It's actually a medium jump. Just who are you? Blackstone took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful stranger in front of him. At this time, a pale, golden ball of water had already appeared in the mermaid's palm. It expanded wildly and touched Blackstone's body like a cool breeze. However, when it collided with the heavenly silk, it was like an extremely strong iron wall. It actually blocked the heavenly silk's attack in its place. My heaven thread was actually blocked by the water. Lin was shocked. The heavenly threads contained the absolute will and laws of the heavenly Tao that could cut through all things. However, the faint golden ball of water before him actually contained the power of the heavenly Tao as well. Moreover, it was the power of the heavenly Tao that was extremely powerful. Water could transform all things into yin and yang. The celestial thread's attack was blocked. Not only that, but the celestial threads began to bend and deform under the pressure of the expanding ball of water, emitting cracking sounds. The mermaid who had suddenly appeared to save the day was none other than the leader of the West Sea Alliance, Lan Xiaoni. Furthermore, this was Lan Xiaoni who had activated her ultimate water mystic technique. One had to know that she hadn't even used the ultimate water secret technique when she was fighting against the three heavenly gods. But now she was using it. It was all for this moment. She was going to unleash her potential in a battle of the highest caliber. Break it again, Lan Xiaoni instructed Blackstone. Blackstone stabbed his spear forward without any hesitation. After combining the power of the golden ball of water, the heavenly threads were finally unable to withstand this attack, and they were instantly shattered. Blackstone and Lon Shawnee broke out of the cage at the same time. However, they had only just emerged when an earth-shattering sword strike awaited them. The Sword Maiden's attack suddenly appeared. A crimson sword projection pierced through the air with the extremely concentrated power of the heavenly Tao realm, as well as the Tao of death as it slashed down upon the two women. This sword strike was even more terrifying than the heavenly thread cage from before. After all, the heavenly threads from before focused on trapping and slicing, but this sword strike only had one word to describe it: kill. The killing intent was extremely potent. The sharpness of the blade was unmatched. The hair on Blackstone's body stood on end. Even in her peak condition, she would find it extremely difficult to face this sword strike, let alone in her current state. However, Lon Shawnee seemed to have anticipated this, and she waved a hand through the air, upon which a golden wave surged forth in a frenzy toward the terrifying sword projection. The sword projection instantly tore through the golden wave. Just as Blackstone was feeling a sense of foreboding, the more the sword projection advanced through the golden wave, the weaker its sword might became. The paramount sword might was constantly being whittled away by the golden wave. Water could wash away everything, but it could also dissolve everything. Lon Shawnee had unleashed the power of water to the fullest. When the Sword Maiden's terrifying sword projection reached Lon Shawnee had already materialized a deep blue water sword, which shattered the Sword Maiden's sword projection with a single sword strike. Both sides fell silent. Blackstone was completely dumbstruck. Never would she have thought that she would be protected by a Tao integration stage woman, and she was also ridiculously powerful. The Sword Maiden was in complete disbelief. Was this the power of a normal heavenly god? She would have thought that she was facing a paramount heavenly god if she didn't say anything. Sword Maiden, she won't be able to last much longer in this state. Let's attack her together, and she won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lin charged toward Blackstone and Lon Shawnee again. The Sword Maiden came to her senses. That's right, she had been frightened by Lon Shawnee's display of power. But she didn't know that Lon Shawnee was definitely using some kind of mystic technique that required an extremely heavy price. With this in mind, the Sword Maiden's confidence swelled explosively again. However, at this moment, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky. The Sword Maiden shuddered involuntarily as she sensed a bone-chilling sensation, and she looked up into the sky. A blue vortex had appeared in the center of the sky. Snow fell from the sky, and a frosty aura froze the entire sky. There was a white-robed woman, cold and aloof. She stepped lightly in the air, and with every step she took, lotuses bloomed as she walked towards the direction of the Sword Lady. Lon Shawnee's divine seal appeared, and she raised a hand to summon pure blue seawater. Big Sister Shangguan, I'll lend you 100,000 feet of heavenly water. A faint smile appeared on the white-robed woman's face, and 100,000 feet of seawater, which was imbued with the power of the heavenly god of water, quickly froze before blossoming like a lotus flower. In the end, a deep blue ice sword appeared from the center of the lotus flower, and it fell toward the Sword Maiden as if it were a free fall. There was no aura or sword might, only pure water and pure ice. The blue of water, the chill of ice. The Sword Maiden gripped her sword in an attempt to defend herself, only to find that she was completely immobilized. Her body had already been covered in frost, and her body had been corroded by the peculiar power of frost. No. A look of horror appeared on the Sword Maiden's face. The blue frosty sword fell. Constant dripping water could pierce through a rock. It punctured her head. Countless shards of ice flew through the air. Chapter 2350. The Sword Maiden felt like the world was extremely cold, and all she could see was an icy blue. Finally, Her vision began to blur in the extreme cold, and her consciousness fell into darkness. Even Lin's panicked cries began to fade away. The Sword Maiden's body became an ice sculpture before exploding into countless glittering shards of ice that completely disappeared into the air. "Sword Maiden!" Lin yelled, but she received no response. Dead. She died just like that? Lin fell into a state of uncontrollable fear when she saw this. She could sense that the Sword Lady's origin had also been frozen by that slash, and then destroyed. The awe-inspiring swordswoman suddenly perished after the white-robed woman appeared. Everything had happened so suddenly that Lin didn't know what to do to salvage the situation. Or rather, she hadn't decided what she should do to die. What was going on? Why did so many powerful beings suddenly appear? Lin expressed her despair. The white-robed woman in the sky was none other than Shangguan Yi, who had just finished her conversation with the heavenly Tao. Shangguan Yi didn't appear to have sustained any injuries, and her aura had become even more ethereal. It was quite clear that her conversation with the heavenly Tao had transformed her to some extent. The Ice Matriarch was already a veteran god of creation, and she didn't even dare to imagine just how powerful she was now. At the very least, Lin felt like she wouldn't be able to defeat her. Meanwhile, within the creation territory, one of the life goddess wings suddenly burst into flames again, and she was mocked by Lin again. "Yo, goddess, your wings have become asymmetrical again. A 3-winged celestial being, what a unique design. Won't you fly, ask you?" And Lin chortled with glee. The life goddess took a deep breath, and her jade hairpin attacks became even more vicious and violent. Unfortunately, Lin and Tina's teamwork was flawless, and she was unable to inflict any lethal wounds on Lin. "Not happy? I suggest you burn another wing, so it'll be symmetrical again." And Lin chuckled. "In your dreams," the life goddess retorted. Her voice had only just fallen. With a puff, the other wing of the life goddess was also set on fire. "Life goddess!" The slap in the face came too fast, like a tornado. Even Lin was stunned into silence. His teammates were way too awesome. He couldn't help but cast his gaze toward the white nectar sea in the distance, and only after activating his Eye of Darkness did he discover Celestial Lin. The pitiful beauty was being bullied by Lan Xiaoni, He Shi, Shangguan Yi, Mou, and Flowing Gold. No wonder she fell so quickly. The life goddess was filled with hatred. Why was it that every time they had the upper hand, they would lose? Did the enemy have the ability to turn the tables? Powerful enemies popped up one after another. What was going on? The fall of the 10 primordial ancients had dealt significant damage to the goddess of life's life essence. Not only that, but her speed had also decreased to a certain extent, making it even more strenuous for her to face the combined attacks of Lin and Tina. The life goddess couldn't help but look at the last 2 primordial ancients in the distance. The Sea King and the Sea Python still held the absolute upper hand as they unleashed a ferocious barrage of attacks upon Tian Yi. However, for some reason, Tian Yi was clearly on the back foot, and there were many wounds on her body that had disfigured her perfect features. But her expression was still extremely calm and collected as she took on the torrential barrage of attacks from the 2 primordial ancients in an orderly manner. It was as if these attacks weren't anything to be nervous about, and she would even look up into the sky from time to time with a glazed expression. The Sea King and the Sea Python both felt like they were being looked down upon, and their attacks became even more merciless, as if the entire White Nectar Sea were about to be churned up by their attacks. The Sea Python swept a tsunami over 100,000 feet in length toward Tian Yi, but Tian Yi swept her pink fishtail through the air to shatter the tsunami into countless white waves. At this moment, the Sea King had already stabbed his golden trident toward Tian Yi. Tian Yi's fishtail whipped through the air as she evaded the attack with extreme agility. The golden trident fell beside her, and it was as if a bolt of golden light had fallen into the ocean, puncturing a few massive holes in the ocean. The Sea King's first attack had failed, so he raised his golden trident and stabbed it toward Tian Yi again. Let's see how many times you can dodge." The golden trident rained down in a frenzy, sending shockwaves across tens of thousands of kilometers of the ocean. Tian-Yi was like a pink afterimage as she dodged one attack after another. She treated the ocean as her home, and she used the boundless power of the ocean to perfectly unleash her movement techniques. She evaded all of the Sea King's attacks without landing on the ground. Damn it, why is it so difficult to stab? The Sea King believed that there was no fish in the ocean that he couldn't stab, but this mermaid before him left him feeling extremely frustrated. He could determine what a living being was going to do next through their eyes, whether they were panicking, ruthless, or fearful. All of these expressions would betray what they were going to do next. The Sea King god was able to observe and then attack. This was an ability he was extremely good at. It was only when he met Tiani, who had been ignorant from start to finish and had a look of indifference on her face, that he realized how painful it was to observe and observe. Tian-Yi only had one expression the entire time, so how could he observe her? As Tian-Yi dodged the trident, she didn't even look at the Sea King. Instead, she stared blankly at the sky as if she was in a daze. This infuriated the Sea King. From an outsider's point of view, it seemed like the Sea King and the Sea Python were suppressing Tian-Yi to the point where she couldn't even fight back. However, the Sea King knew that Tian-Yi just didn't want to fight them to the death. When the Sea King and the Sea Python were weak, they were happy with Tian-Yi. After all, Tian-Yi couldn't be bothered to fight them. But when they had great power, they despaired of Tian-Yi. They couldn't defeat Tian-Yi at all. They were confident that they could kill any other Genesis creator, but they couldn't do anything against Tian-Yi. The Sea King had already used all of his abilities. The Sea Python was about to engulf the entire White Nectar Sea, but Tian-Yi was like a swimming little fish, scurrying everywhere. The Sea King suddenly said, "We can't delay any longer. The rest of the primordial ancients have all been killed. If we continue to fight here, we'll definitely be in trouble." The Sea King suddenly said, "Let's go to the Goddess of Life." The Sea Python completely agreed with the Sea King. At this moment, a beam of pure light shone down from the sky. The night sky became clear and bright. The White Nectar Sea glowed with a silvery luster. An old man arrived on a colorful cloud. His snow-white hair danced in the wind, and there was a benevolent smile on his face. He said in a clear voice, "Stop. What's so great about bullying a little girl? If you're so great, why don't you exchange a few blows with me?" Chapter 2351. Who is this old man? We're bullying a little girl. The Sea King seemed to have heard something unbelievable, and he looked at the old man on the colorful cloud with surprise. "Don't worry about him. He's just trying to find an excuse to fight us. Let's go back to the Life Goddess." The sea serpent dived into the sea and fled into the distance without looking back after saying that. The Sea King didn't want to cause trouble, and he immediately flew toward the Life Goddess. "You bullied a little girl, and you want to run away?" The expression of the elderly man sitting on the colorful cloud became somewhat serious. The Sea King didn't know what was going on, but the old man suddenly appeared in front of him. "Damn it, is there no end to this? You want to fight me? Die." The Sea King's temper flared, and he stabbed his trident at the old man. The old man had a cheerful expression in the face of the earth-shattering stab. He merely extended a finger, and the great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to be touched at this moment, and an extremely pure vital light gathered at the tip of his finger. Tao begets one. Boom! The golden trident collided with the finger. A terrifying shockwave exploded, and a spherical shockwave instantly expelled the laws of space, the sea, and the sky. The Sea King was struck by the recoil, and he almost lost his grip on the golden trident. "Who are you?" The Sea King was shocked. He knew the old man was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. He could block his full-force attack with a single finger. The old man smiled without saying anything and stood up from the colorful cloud. "One becomes two." The black and white yin-yang diagram appeared beneath his feet and expanded infinitely, from nothingness to infinity, encompassing the vast white jade sea, black stone, flowing gold, and the other gods of creation all drew a sharp breath. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen such a pure black and white formation. It was as if it contained the truth of the universe, infinite mysteries and boundless power. The sea python had clearly fled to the bottom of the sea, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the old man, but it was still suppressed by the black and white fish formation. No matter how much it struggled, it was completely useless. The Sea King was at the center of the formation, so he could feel how terrifying it was. The two forces had locked down his source tightly. The old man once again extended a finger towards the Sea King. Boundless Tao power and the Pisces Great Array seemed to condense on the tip of his finger. He pointed it at the Sea King's head. 2, 3. The tip of his finger touched down, and countless black and white runes appeared on the Sea King's body out of thin air. After the runes were fused with the ultimate power of the way, the power was so terrifying that it reached the source. Third, all living things. The old man's voice reverberated throughout the world. At that moment, the Sea King and the Sea Python saw everything in the world. They saw the endless mysteries of the universe. Countless things flashed through their origin consciousness. It was like a flashing lantern of life, like the ultimate meaning of the world. No, this is... What exactly is this feeling? The Sea King Supreme looked as if he had been enlightened. The runes on his body flickered, and he kept expanding. His skin started to crack. His body was clearly in excruciating pain, but the exhilarating feeling of attaining a certain level suppressed the Sea King Supreme's pain. The Sea King Supreme couldn't help but pursue that feeling in order to completely absorb the power that was imbued with the true meaning of the universe. The old man slowly withdrew his hand with a smile. By the way, my name is Old Lord Taishang. People like to call me the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. His voice trailed off. Boom! An explosive boom erupted. The Sea King Supreme suddenly exploded. The sea python, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away, also exploded. The resulting energy explosion swept up a tsunami over 100,000 feet tall. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue stepped lightly into the air, and the yin-yang Pisces Great Array over the white nectar sea trembled slightly. The tsunami over 100,000 feet tall immediately subsided. The sea returned to its calm state. He waved his hand, and heaven and earth changed colors. He stomped his foot, and everything became calm again. Such a divine ability was actually nothing to the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. Everything was over. The Sea King Supreme and the Sea Python were part of the 10 primordial beasts, but they had been slain by the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue without even getting a chance to resist. This was even more impressive than when Patriarch Zhu Yin had made his entrance. The heaven-crushing united army had reached a climax. In particular, all of the powerful cultivators. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue was an existence that they had always looked up to. After all, he was the ancestor of all immortals and the teacher of all sages. Most of the living beings had only heard of his legends, but they had never had the chance to see him in battle. However, on this day, they were finally able to witness the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue standing on the same side as them and fighting alongside them. Some of the cultivators were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes, but at the same time, they also attained enlightenment. The title of Tao Ancestor was not just for show. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue's casual display of power was imbued with the power of enlightenment. To the spectators, this was definitely a treasure trove. It was very easy for them to attain enlightenment. At this moment, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue turned toward Tian-Yi. Tian-Yi did not appear to be surprised or astonished. Instead, she bowed slightly toward the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. Thank you. You're welcome. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue stroked his beard, and shook his head. I just can't bear to see someone bully a little girl like you. I'm not a little girl anymore. Tian Yi's voice was soft and gentle. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue found this god of creation quite interesting, and he was just about to say something along the lines of saying that no matter how old she was still a little girl in his eyes. Tian Yi suddenly said, I'm little fishy. Ahem. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue almost choked to death. Not a little girl, but a little fishy? What kind of strange self-perception was this? Little fishy will eventually have to return to her own fish pond. Only that small fish pond is where I belong. Tian Yi looked up at the sky as she spoke in a gentle voice. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue also looked up at the sky. Perhaps the Sea King didn't know what Tian Yi was looking at and thought that Tian Yi was in a daze, looking down on them. However, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue saw that the sky was not the same sky. Instead, it was a sky that had transcended countless years of time. Ouch! My eyes hurt. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue couldn't help but close his eyes and rub them in exasperation. He turned toward the beautiful mermaid who was still looking up at the sky and asked, Aren't your eyes tired from looking up at the sky all the time? Tian Yi smiled, and it was a very beautiful smile. She was like a mermaid who had been watching the tides for thousands of miles. There was a strange sense of desolate beauty to her smile, and even someone as knowledgeable as the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue was taken aback by her smile. Tian Yi swayed her long and translucent pink fishtail as she replied in a gentle voice, I'm not tired. It's my own home. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't make me tired. Chapter 2352. And Lin was swinging his evil-slaying sword in a frenzy toward the woman before him. The life goddess could control life and death, but she was unable to control Lin's life and death. Instead, she was being forced into retreat by Lin. Don't keep running, life. Your wings are about to fall off. Aren't you tired of running? Hurry up and fight me for 300 rounds. And Lin continued to talk the life goddess as he attacked. Normal paramount heavenly gods were able to control their emotions very well. However, the life goddess seemed to have a lot more life force, so her emotions were quite obvious. As such, and Lin's trash talk had a slight effect on her. For example, the life goddess really wanted to kill Lin right now. All of a sudden, a massive yin-yang formation encompassed heaven and earth, encompassing the entire white nectar sea. The life goddess shuddered upon seeing this, and Lin was ecstatic. This is the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue. He was very familiar with this power. It could be said that he would never be able to forget it. So when the power appeared, he knew who it was. Wasn't the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue on Nua's side? Why was he helping him now? And Lin was a little perplexed. But that didn't stop him from being ecstatic. The scales of victory were on his side. This was the irresistible trend. Sure enough, before he had a chance to sigh with emotion, the life goddess' final pair of wings suddenly burst into flames, revealing her astonished and indignant expression. Why did another god of creation appear? The life goddess was extremely aggrieved, and she was so depressed that she couldn't even feel the pain from her burning wings. However, Lin and Tina weren't going to pass up on this golden opportunity, and they immediately unleashed their full combat prowess to attack the dejected life goddess. Not long after that, a series of ghastly wounds began to appear on the life goddess body under the combined attacks of Lin and Tina. Life, we haven't lost yet. The heavenly heaven god yelled in a panicked voice that was imbued with the might of the heavens. However, the life goddess seemed to have completely lost her will to fight, and she could only defend herself like a machine. Life, this was all Lin's fault. And Lin's fault. Don't you want revenge? Kill him, the heavenly sea god yelled. These words finally caused the life goddess' dim eyes to tremble slightly and then become a little brighter. That's right. Even if my chances of winning have become smaller, I can still lose the battle, but Enlin must die. Enlin. Enlin had never imagined that the Ocean Brotherhood would miss him so much that they would throw the blame to him right in front of his face, completely disregarding the brotherhood they had in the past. The most important thing was the casting of the blame actually worked. The life goddess's bright orange-red eyes became a bit blood-red, and her aura completely changed. The deadly aura of death made Enlin feel a chill in his heart. Forget it. I'll just consume more of my origin energy. The life goddess spoke in an indifferent voice as she withdrew the jade hairpin that was giving Enlin and Tina immense pressure. She then held the hairpin in her hand. Ka ka ka! A series of cracks began to appear on the jade hairpin, as if she had used too much force. Bam! There was a shattering sound. The jade hairpin was instantly shattered by the life goddess. Enlin and Tina both faltered slightly upon seeing this. What was she trying to do? Was she going to use a weapon to vent her anger? However, in the next instant, rich red energy began to flow from the jade hairpin. The life goddess divine halo gradually turned from green to dark red, and the power of death transformed into a red halo that instantly enshrouded the realm of creation. Her power had been activated by some kind of top-rate mystic technique, thereby elevating her to an even more terrifying level. However, before Enlin and Tina had a chance to panic, the Heavenly Sea God and the Heavenly Sea God were already panicking. Stop, Life Goddess! I told you to pull yourself together, not to expend your origin energy in a frenzy. The Heavenly Heaven God roared in an urgent voice. I told you to kill Enlin, not to kill him with your life. The Heavenly Sea God was also panicking, and he looked like he was about to burst into tears. If you keep fighting like this, how are we supposed to maintain our final form and participate in the final battle? Even if we can kill Enlin, what happens after that? Our life essence will be gone. Our Tao will be gone. We'll have nothing left. The two paramount heavenly gods wanted to cheer the life goddess up, but never would they have thought that their words would have the opposite effect. Things were progressing in a direction that they didn't want to see the most. Of course, Enlin also didn't want to see something like this. The life goddess seemed to be trying to kill him by sacrificing herself to kill him. The woman in the flowery dress stood at the center of the halo of death. Behind her were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the butterfly of annihilation danced around her body. Crimson chains wound around her left arm, and she held a crimson spear in her right hand. In that instant, she was like the death goddess, and she stared intently at Enlin. Die! The life goddess gripped the air toward Enlin from afar. Thump! Enlin felt his heart thump in his chest. A peculiar paramount power of laws pierced through his 5 elemental body and reached his heart, as well as his life essence. His life force was then forcibly extracted by some kind of power, and it began to quickly fade away. This was the same life force extraction that the life goddess had used at the beginning of the battle. Tina reacted the fastest, and she swung her divine mirror world sword through the air, upon which a light barrier imbued with the might of the divine mirror, heavenly Tao instantly enshrouded Enlin, thereby keeping the power of death at bay. Tina was already very familiar with this technique. Don't waste your energy. If you want to extract Giant Enlin's life force, you'll have to ask for my permission first. Tina spoke with a cold expression. The life goddess expression remained unchanged, but the butterfly of annihilation had already appeared around Tina, and inky black butterfly powder was falling from the sky. The butterfly powder created a unique domain that kept the little fairy's power at bay. Tina reacted extremely quickly, and she immediately unleashed her divine mirror world sword to attack the butterfly of annihilation. However, at this moment, the heavenly life goddess had already drawn back her crimson spear and hurled it toward Lin's heart in the blink of an eye. Paramount heavenly god technique, lightless eternal silence. A crimson line pierced through space and instantly struck Enlin's light barrier. The tip of the spear was inscribed with symbols of death, each of which was powerful enough to slay a powerful living being, and there were over 100 million of these symbols fused into the tip of the spear. The moment it collided with the light shield, there was no burst of energy like divine light. Instead, there was a lightless darkness, a deathly stillness. It was like a pure black that easily penetrated the light shield. And Lin was already prepared for this, and his body had already shifted to the side in the instant that the crimson spear struck toward him. But what he didn't expect was that the blood spear also changed the direction of its thrust at the same time, and it changed its direction at the same time. It was as if death and Enlin were already bound together, and there was no way to change that. Chapter 2353. At this moment, Enlin's reflexes were elevated to the extreme, and golden ripples erupted from his eyes before spreading to a radius of over 3,000 meters. Everything within the golden ripples froze in place. The air, energy, laws, space, and even the earth-shattering crimson spear were all frozen on the spot. Time had stopped, and Lin chuckled. No matter how powerful your lightless eternal silence was, can it outrun time? And Lin took advantage of this opportunity to twist his body, upon which a terrifying scene unfolded. The crimson spear also twisted along with him. He twisted to the left, and the spear tip also twisted to the left. He flew into the sky, and the spear tip also flew into the sky. Both of them were like a shadow, and they were positioned in the exact same position. And Lin, the crimson spear, quickly broke free from the time freeze. It was aimed directly at Enlin's heart, and Lin had already positioned his evil-slaying sword in front of his heart at the last moment. Ding! The crimson spear clashed with the inky black sword, upon which a crisp clang erupted. At this moment, the extremely powerful blade began to pierce through heaven and earth as it advanced with unstoppable force. Even if there was a heaven-crushing holy tool in front of it, it would not be able to stop its unstoppable blade. Ah! And Lin could feel the immense pressure emanating from the evil-slaying sword, and he resisted with all his might, but his body was pushed back by the boundless force. In the end, the crimson spear pushed Enlin's body into the ground like a crimson meteor before exploding violently. The power of death and the power of annihilation erupted at the same time, transforming into a reddish-black ball of light that annihilated everything between heaven and earth. Space, energy, matter, life, laws, everything was obliterated by this explosion. Even the great Tao of heaven and earth tremored violently as if it were about to explode. The earth within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers had been engulfed by the explosion, and a gargantuan black skull with red eyes rose into the air, as if it were looking down upon the world with a sinister smile. All of the living beings on the Tai Chu continent could see a dark skull-shaped star in the center of the Tai Chu continent illuminating heaven and earth for an instant. Giant Enlin, Tina was sent flying by the terrifying explosion, and just the shock waves from the explosion were enough to make her shudder with fear, let alone Enlin, who was at the center of the explosion. Patriarch Zhu Yin also pissed his pants. The Fortune territory was almost completely destroyed by this attack. Those primitive beasts that took turns to attack him were also sent flying by the explosion, including himself. It was even injured by the aftermath of the explosion. Moreover, it was an injury that penetrated deep into the origin of creation. Patriarch Zhu Yin knew that if this thing were to fall upon him, he would definitely die, and it would be a complete and utter death. Fellow Taoist Enlin, can you survive this? Patriarch Zhu Yin looked at the sinister skull before him as death and destruction wreaked havoc in his body. What an arrogant and terrifying technique. The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue's eyes also flashed with a hint of wariness as he sensed the destructive power approaching him. He didn't know if Enlin would be able to withstand it, but if he had to withstand this move, he would definitely be blown up badly. All of the living beings of the White Nectar Sea also turned toward Enlin. The crimson-eyed black skeleton was slain by Tina's sword, and the energy around it quickly dissipated. In a world that had been completely destroyed, there was still a figure standing amidst the chaos and nothingness. Tina was initially ecstatic upon seeing this figure, but her heart immediately sank. The white-robed man had been wounded beyond recognition, and his snowy white robes had been stained red with blood. Red wounds that represented death and black wounds that represented destruction covered his entire body, and a massive hole had been punctured into his heart. Even though he was holding his evil-slaying sword in front of his heart had still been punctured. Giant and Lin, W, what happened to you? Tina immediately unleashed her most powerful healing spell technique without any hesitation. She placed her trembling little hands on the edge of his empty heart as tears welled up in her eyes. To her horror, she discovered that Enlin's life force was on the brink of being severed at any moment. Furthermore, the terrifying power of death surging through his body kept all healing powers at bay, as if he had been struck by a lethal attack from a high-quality jade hairpin. There's no hope for Enlin. He's dead meat. This attack is over 100 times more powerful than my previous lethal attack. The life goddess chortled with elation at the sight of Enlin's pitiful state. PFFF. The life goddess didn't even get a chance to finish laughing before she threw up a mouthful of blood, and her aura quickly diminished. The divine halo above her head had turned green, but there were many cracks on it. Life goddess, stabilize your aura and take deep breaths. Don't let this overexertion break our three-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation, the heavenly sea god reminded in an urgent voice. The life goddess was also in a terrible state, and this was a very good opportunity to land the killing blow. However, Tina didn't have time to deal with her. Instead, she was frantically unleashing healing spell techniques on Enlin, injecting all of the healing divine pills stored in her divine mirror world into Enlin's mouth. The evil-slaying sword also began to move on its own before plunging viciously into Enlin's chest. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, purification, an extremely powerful purification power surged forth in a frenzy to nullify the power of death and destruction within Enlin's body. This was a process where one had to fight against the death god, so there was no room for hesitation. Damn it, why is he still breathing? The life goddess expression instantly darkened upon discovering that Enlin was still clinging to life. The jade hairpin hovered in the air as a fearsome light erupted forth. You have to calm down, life goddess. You need to rest and recover, so you can't be so impulsive. Otherwise, we're going to be pummeled by that little fairy. The heavenly heaven god was given a fright upon seeing that the life goddess still wanted to fight. The life goddess finally regained a hint of composure upon hearing this. She slowly inserted the jade hairpin back into her long black hair before looking into the distance. There, close to 100 primordial beasts had already pummeled Patriarch Zhu Yin to death. Patriarch Zhu Yin's gargantuan body lay sprawled on the ground, having basically lost all ability to continue fighting. Go, my children, end him. The heavenly life goddess issued a command, and a dozen or so primordial beasts unleashed their terrifying auras as they quickly converged on Enlin. Controlling the prehistoric beasts also consumed the power of creation. She was already at her limit in her current state, allowing a dozen prehistoric beasts to unleash their full combat power. Of course, the life goddess could also rely on the power of the heavens and the land of creation to recover. This was an extremely terrifying circulation system, and it was almost impossible to defeat in a prolonged battle. Her objective was very simple. All she had to do was disrupt Tina and the evil-slaying sword's healing. That way, the power of death and destruction would be enough to destroy Enlin's body. However, right at this moment, another two loud cries erupted in the heavens. Sect leader Enlin, I'll protect you. Who dares to touch Big Boss Enlin? Chapter 2354. A bright blue pillar of water fell from the sky before crashing viciously into one of the eerie flame, dark Kuin's bodies. The eerie flame dark Kuin let loose a blood-curdling wail as it plummeted to the ground, and even its soul-burning flames were extinguished by the pillar of water. Lan Xiaoni descended from the sky, and her fishtail swept through the air like a fan, sending the fastest crimson lightning immortal rock flying for several hundred kilometers. Paramount heavenly god technique, heavenly sea wall. Lan Xiaoni spread open her arms, and an ocean erupted from the ground, connecting heaven and earth. The boundless power of water fused into the ocean, transforming it into a paramount water defense. The dozen or so prehistoric beasts saw the boundless ocean towering in front of them. They had no way to go around it and could only crash into it. The boundless resistance within the ocean made them feel as if they had crashed into a boundless viscous liquid, and they were unable to break through it in a short time. Lan Xiaoni kept the first wave of attacks at bay before turning toward Enlin with concern and unease in her eyes. Only after Shangguan Yi arrived beside Enlin did she heave a sigh of relief. Shangguan Yi stood between Enlin and the heavenly life goddess, and her glacial essential power surged from her body as a snowflake-shaped formation materialized beneath her feet. With me here, you won't be able to hurt Enlin. The heavenly life goddess gritted her teeth as she sensed Shangguan Yi's boundless glacial essential power. Are you done? Was there no end to it? Are you trying to bully us because we don't have enough people? Calm down, heavenly life goddess. The heavenly heaven god was panicking. There's no need for us to fight with them. We can still win if we keep this up. There's no way he can be saved. The heavenly sea god was afraid that the goddess of life would charge into the fray, and he tried to calm her down. However, right at this moment, a cry of surprise erupted. Ah, the healing is working. Giant Enlin, how are you feeling? Tears welled up in Tina's eyes as she looked at Enlin, who was gradually recovering his vitality. Tears welled up in Tina's eyes as she pressed her exquisite face against Enlin's, and her pointy ears twitched in an attempt to express her joy. Heavenly sea god, the heavenly heaven god, the life goddess, shut up! The goddess of life was enraged. She glared at Enlin, and her killing intent grew stronger and stronger. However, for now, she didn't make a move. Shangguan Yi's glacial aura forced the life goddess to calm down. Enlin slowly opened his eyes and saw the crystal-clear, snow-white blade piercing into his body, as well as the elf who was doing everything in her power to heal him. He was greatly moved. Tears welled up in his eyes at the sight of Shangguan Yi and Lan Xiaoni. Little Xie, little Na. Underling Lan, sister Shangguan. Thank you, the goddess of life exploded with rage. Damn you, Enlin. Don't freeload off a woman. Enlin. I freeload off a woman because I'm good at it. Why are you freeloading? Enlin immediately retorted with a cold smile. He had a clear conscience, and there was a hint of pride in his words. The life goddess was rendered speechless. Lan Xiaoni and Shangguan Yi blushed slightly upon hearing this. However, they didn't say anything in the end in light of Enlin's injuries. Meanwhile, above the white nectar sea, Tian Yi turned to the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue with a curious expression. Aren't you going to help them? The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue stroked his beard with a smile. That's enough. If I continue to battle the life goddess, I'm going to suffer backlash from the heavenly Tao. He wasn't a brute like Patriarch Zhuyin, who relied entirely on instinct in battle. He knew how far he could go against the heavenly Tao and how he could avoid backlash from the heavenly Tao. If he continued to attack the life goddess, then the backlash from the heavenly Tao would be even more terrifying than the backlash from Patriarch Zhuyin. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue wanted to help Enlin and all the other living beings on the Tai Chu continent, but he wasn't willing to sacrifice his essence of creation in order to help the Tai Chu continent. In the end, this calamity, this catastrophe, was not a battlefield in which he was the master. The goddess is summoning me. I'll be going now. Tian Yi bade farewell to the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue politely before flying toward the realm of creation. Meanwhile, on the realm of creation, A dozen or so berserk primordial beasts were finally showing signs of breaking through Lan Xiaoni's heavenly seawall after being bombarded by spell techniques. Lan Xiaoni gritted her teeth and was just about to unleash her divine halo of water again. Alliance Leader Lan, we're here to help you. Flowing Gold released a torrent of red ink Genesis Chi that condensed into a giant blade that ruthlessly slashed at one of the rock demons, severing its arm that was trying to forcibly break through the wall. The silver spear in Blackstone's hand was like the Milky Way descending from the ninth heaven. It hacked down on a scarlet feather golden crow, causing it to fall from the sky to the ground. The three living beings appeared around a heaven-encompassing jellyfish, and they attacked it relentlessly with their lightning. They were even naughty and playfully slicing off the jellyfish's tentacles, making them appear like three-headed kids. All three of them were exhausted gods of creation, but each of them could hold off one or two primordial beasts. Previously, they didn't dare to intervene because they felt like they were facing a bunch of primordial beasts on their own. However, things were different now. They were a team, so their power was on a completely different level. On top of that, they also had Mou and Tian Yi with them. Lan Xiaoni was feeling a lot of pressure from facing a dozen or so primordial beasts, but she was finally able to heave a sigh of relief now that she had the help of so many gods of creation. Mr. Lin has so many friends to help him. I'm very relieved. Patriarch Zhu Yin was sprawled on the ground by close to 100 primordial beasts, and a relieved smile appeared on his face upon seeing this. At this moment, little Xie completed another heaven-defying feat. She purified the power of death and destruction within Enlin's body and pulled Enlin back from the brink of death. The vast and boundless medicinal power of the divine elixir began to quickly heal his injuries. Thank you, little Xie. And Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword with a grateful expression. Idiot In, you're such a troublemaker. If you sustain such severe injuries again, I'm not going to save you no matter what. Little Xie's voice sounded, and she seemed to be very angry, but her voice was getting weaker and weaker, clearly indicating that she was exhausted, and Lin's heart throbbed with pain, and a golden light erupted from his hand as he injected a burst of divine weapon origin energy into the evil-slaying sword. Idiot And, you, don't say anything and focus on what you're feeling. And Lin interjected before injecting another burst of divine weapon origin energy into the evil-slaying sword. Don't do that. I don't want this thing. Little Xie harumphed. You've exhausted all your energy in order to save me, so let me do something for you. And Lin injected another burst of divine weapon origin energy into little Xie's body as he spoke. No. The evil-slaying sword trembled lightly, and Lin's hand faltered momentarily. Don't stop. Little Xie's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Chapter 2355. A knowing smile appeared on Enlin's face, and he unleashed another burst of divine weapon origin energy upon little Xie's body, giving her an extremely comfortable feeling. Idiot En, don't get too ahead of yourself. I'm not greedy for the comfortable feeling that you're giving me. It's just that your divine weapon origin energy can indeed replenish my energy and allow me to fight better. Little Xie tried to maintain her pride, but her voice was tinged with a faint murmur, and Lin sounded like a spoiled daughter, and he couldn't help but smile. Yes. You're the cutest. You're always right. The evil-slaying sword let loose a loud ringing sound, and it turned around to attack Enlin. However, Enlin reacted quickly and unleashed a burst of divine weapon origin energy to render the evil-slaying sword limp again. Phew, that was close! Enlin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before turning his attention to the battlefield. The battlefield had already been split into two sections. Lan Xiaoni unleashed a heavenly seawall to slice open the realm of creation, thereby isolating a bunch of primordial beasts on the other side of the realm of creation. Tianyi, Mou, and the other god of creation's stage mighty figures were on the other side of the realm of creation, dealing with the ferocious primordial beasts. The life goddess and Shangguan were locked in a tense standoff on the other side of the heavenly seawall, creating a delicate balance. Of course, this balance was going to be broken by Enlin. That spear just then hurt so much. Enlin held his evil-slaying sword as he turned toward the life goddess, and his new 5-elemental power began to surge within his body. The life goddess' chest rose and fell violently with rage upon seeing Enlin recover so quickly, and she glowered at Enlin with a hateful expression. Enlin was recovering, and so was the life goddess. This was evident from the fact that more and more primordial beasts were beginning to attack the heavenly seawall. There had only been a dozen or so primordial beasts before, but there were now over 30 of them. The ecosystem in the land of creation that had been destroyed by the explosion was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the bottomless pit had lush divine trees growing out from the bottom of the pit. However, Enlin knew that the life goddess power was recovering and the realm of creation was flourishing. What was truly important was her essence of life. The life goddess actually didn't have much essence of life left. Even her life paramount divine halo had dimmed and cracked. How much longer could she last? With this in mind, Enlin's confidence was boosted a few notches. Enlin, how about you rest a little longer? Your external injuries have already healed, but your internal injuries and essence are still extremely severe. Tina could sense Enlin's condition, so she transmitted her voice to him. Leave the battle to me and big sister Shangguan. Enlin was naturally aware of his own condition. I Lin, and Lin is, and he of it, Lin said. I Lin, it's not a bad idea to join forces to scare the life goddess. Tina heaved a faint sigh of relief upon hearing Enlin's voice transmission. She gripped her sword again and turned toward the life goddess. The essential power of her divine mirror was unleashed without reservation. A round mirror that could reflect all things between heaven and earth appeared behind her. It was pure, flawless, and all-encompassing. The 3 most powerful auras were all locked onto the life goddess. Not only was the life goddess feeling pressured, but even the heavenly heaven god and heavenly sea god were also struck by an unparalleled sense of pressure. Life, let's retreat, the heavenly heaven god said decisively. The life goddess didn't want to give up. She pointed the jade hairpin in front of her toward the woman, enshrouded in frosty energy. Perhaps they're just trying to scare us. Let's see if they dare to stand in our way. The colorful jade hairpin pointed its sharp tip toward Shangguan Yi's glabella. Rich power of death converged, exuding an extremely lethal aura. The jade hairpin shuddered slightly before instantly piercing through the air toward Shangguan Yi's glabella at a speed faster than the speed of light. Everything happened far too quickly, to the point where even gods of creation were unable to detect this attack, and it was already too late for them to react. This was a sure kill attack that was imbued with the power of the 3-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation and the Tao true form of the goddess of life. Regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or penetrative power, the jade hairpin was at its peak, and no god of creation would be able to ignore it. If it were a weaker god of creation, they would probably be able to envision themselves being blasted apart by now. However, this indomitable jade hairpin's penetrative power began to decrease after entering the blue domain of extreme cold. Its speed began to decrease rapidly, and its fatal danger and aura were also frozen to the greatest extent. The essential power of extreme frost was omnipresent, and it could be used to control enemies and defend oneself. Shangguan was finally able to see the trajectory of the jade hairpin after it had been slowed down, and the hairpin brushed past her hair before stabbing into the air behind her. A few strands of her hair fell to the ground. This signified the complete failure of the life goddess attack. The life goddess expression darkened, and she flicked a finger toward the jade hairpin, upon which it swerved around at an exaggerated angle before stabbing toward Shangguan Yi's back again. However, Shangguan Yi didn't even have a chance to evade this time before a little fairy appeared behind her and sliced the jade hairpin in half with her world sword. Shangguan Yi reacted extremely quickly and immediately understood what the little fairy was trying to do. She immediately teleported toward the life goddess and lashed out with a palm strike that was imbued with the power to freeze everything within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. 9 extreme frost heavenly snow lotus. A snow lotus blossomed in Shangguan Yi's hand. At the same time, layers of interdimensional barriers began to appear around the life goddess. Shangguan Yi's slap landed on the interdimensional barrier, only to be kept at bay by the peerless, absolute defense. However, cracks began to appear on the interdimensional barrier again as the snow lotus blossomed. This snow lotus could even seal the interdimensional barrier in ice before dominating it. However, everything happened too slowly. The life goddess had already retreated in time to evade Shangguan Yi's attack. However, it was also at this moment that a black streak of light pierced through the cracks in the interdimensional barrier, and the combined power instantly punctured the interdimensional barrier. 6 strikes of the war god, Shadow Tiger, and Lin transformed into a series of afterimages as he closed in on the life goddess. His sharp sword tore through the air like a shadow's claw before disappearing in a flash. The life goddess was unable to evade in time, and another deep gash appeared on her delicate shoulder as her dress was stained red with blood. And Lin didn't manage to stab any fatal spots. And just as he was about to continue, the life goddess had already turned around and raised her leg. As her flowery dress rose into the air, her snowy white, well-proportioned leg mercilessly swept toward Lin's waist. Boom! The force of the kick sent Lin flying for over 1,000 kilometers as he threw up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2356. Lin was almost asphyxiated by the life goddess kick, and his body, which had just recovered, was severely injured again. That kick had been imbued with pure power, but he didn't think that the life goddess would be able to break through his body of the war god with just her power alone. Why was she using her foot? Perhaps it was because it felt better to kick someone. The feeling of punching and kicking flesh was a great way to vent her anger. This was a clear indication of just how much the life goddess hated Lin. The life goddess wanted nothing more than to pummel Lin with her fists, but she knew that she couldn't do that. She didn't have the ability or the opportunity to do so. And so Shangguan Yi and Tina attacked again. The life goddess paused for a moment before making a decision. 9 extreme glacial light torture. Shangguan Yi charged forward and pointed a finger into the air. A beam of blue light fell from the heavens, piercing straight into the center of the earth. The life goddess was struck by the glacial light, and her body quickly froze before instantly shattering into shards of ice. Insta-kill. Tina was slightly taken aback by Shangguan Yi's surgical technique. Was this woman really that badass? No. That's only a strand of her hair. Shangguan Yi's expression shifted slightly at the sight of the disappearing ice shards, as well as a lock of frozen, dark green hair. She felt like the life goddess was sneering at her. After all, the life goddess had only sliced off a dozen or so strands of her hair with her jade hairpin. It was as if the life goddess was hinting to her that she could only slice off 1 strand of hair at most. How could he be so petty she got away? I can't detect her at all. Tina was a little dazed, and she immediately unleashed a detection spell technique to try and find any traces of the life goddess. However, it was as if the life goddess had disappeared into thin air. Shangguan Yi's brows furrowed tightly as she unleashed her glacial essential power, which even seeped into every flower and plant in the realm of creation. But she still couldn't detect the life goddess aura. Where could she have gone? Beating the life goddess until she ran away was quite an inspiring feat, however. This was far from enough. If he couldn't take care of the life goddess and the other 2 paramount heavenly gods here, Then what was the point of this battle? And Lin, can you sense where the goddess of life is? Shangguan Yi turned toward the white-robed man in the distance. There was nothing wrong with Shangguan Yi's idea, and Lin and the heavenly life goddess were both paramount heavenly gods, so there was a certain level of connection between them. Perhaps Lin and the heavenly life goddess would be able to find clues through some special means. And Lin flew over and immediately unleashed his most powerful detection and deduction technique, the divine simulation technique, upon hearing Shangguan Yi's words. Invisible ripples enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles. Everything was reflected in his eyes. Every living thing was exposed in his eyes. There's actually nothing. And Lin was stunned for a moment. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he gritted his teeth and pushed the divine simulation technique to its limits, continuing to expand the range of the technique. This time, it directly enveloped the entire creation territory. Come at me, heavenly life goddess. I refuse to believe that you're going to give up on this creation territory. And Lin absorbed everything within the fortune territory into his eyes, allowing him to sense everything within the fortune territory. He finally discovered where the goddess of life was. I've discovered where she is. And Lin smiled. So she's using a special spell technique that allows an individual life form to attach itself to a group of life forms. Not only can this completely conceal her aura, but it can also disperse the risk. And Lin continued to analyze the situation, and a smile had already begun to appear on his face. Both Shangguan Yi and Tina were astonished to hear this. They didn't think that such a special life spell technique could exist. One had to realize this spell technique could even disperse one's life essence. Then where is the heavenly life goddess attaching herself to? Shangguan Yi asked, and Lin pointed to the other side of the heavenly seawall with a smile. She split herself into 81 parts, and they're all attached to those 81 primordial beasts. Tina's eyes lit up as she stared at the 81 primordial beasts. No wonder the auras of those 81 primordial beasts are so powerful. Let's hurry over. With so many primordial beasts moving around at once, they won't be able to hold on for much longer. Shangguan Yi quickly flew toward Lan Xiaoni atop her ice lotus, and Lin was just about to follow along when he was struck by a rush of dizziness. Giant and Lin, are you all right? Tina immediately flew to his side. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. And Lin shook his head as he forcibly stabilized his injuries. Your consciousness and essence have yet to recover. If you continue to fight like this, you'll only worsen your injuries. Leave the rest to big sister Shangguan Yi and me. Tina knew just how severe Lin's injuries were, and she immediately tried to dissuade him. If Lin were in a good condition, he wouldn't have been kicked by the heavenly life goddess. If Lin were in a good condition, he wouldn't have to resort to a sword technique like the shadow tiger. It could be said that Lin's ferocious appearance was actually all an act. Lin tapped a finger on Tina's forehead with a smile. Don't worry, I won't force my way through this. Furthermore, I have a powerful spell technique that can pose a huge threat to the heavenly life goddess without burdening my body. Tina blinked her emerald eyes with a hint of surprise in her eyes. You can pose a huge threat to the heavenly life goddess without burdening your body? Does such a spell technique really exist? Trust me, Lin replied. Meanwhile, on the other side of the heavenly sea cliff, 81 primordial beasts roared as they unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks toward the gods of creation. Each and every one of them could unleash God of creation stage power, and their combined power was more than enough to crush an entire continent. Lan Xiaoni, Heisher, Flowing Gold, the three living beings, Mou and Tian, were all under extremely heavy pressure, and they were all plunged into an arduous battle. Patriarch Zhu Yin had just recovered a little, but he was only able to hold off a dozen or so primordial beasts, and he was only able to hold them off by taking a beating himself. At this moment, a few dragon blood mammoths, hundreds of thousands of feet in size, had already crashed into the heavenly sea cliff in a frenzy, and they had successfully blasted a hole into the heavenly sea cliff. Hell! The dragon blood mammoths roared with glee. TSK, to say, my injuries have all healed, so why are these primordial beasts still crashing into the heavenly sea cliff? Are they retarded? A white-robed figure appeared beside Lan Xiaoni. Big Boss and Lin. Lan Xiaoni's eyes shimmered with tears as she turned to look at the man beside her. If it weren't for the fact that she had to maintain the heavenly sea cliff, she would have hugged him already. And Lin patted Lan Xiaoni's head with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, underling Lan. It wasn't hard at all. A sweet smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face as she narrowed her eyes like a blissful kitten, and Lin looked down at the mighty primordial beasts with a calm expression. Leave these monsters to me. Chapter 23:57. Hold on a little longer. Our goddess is coming. Flowing Gold was knocked to the ground by a white tiger with the wings of a storm angel, and it spoke with great difficulty. Even our goddess won't be able to keep so many ferocious beasts at bay, right? The three living beings spoke as they evaded the attacks of the 5 Holy Spirit beasts. During their evasive maneuvers, one of their heads was devoured by one of the Holy Spirit beasts, upon which it howled in pain. At this moment, Tina and Shangguan had already entered the battlefield. An ice lotus of extreme frost blossomed beneath Shangguan Yi's body. 9 extreme ice snow lotus realm. A massive ice lotus constructed from the essential power of extreme frost began to expand at a rapid rate. Not only was the power of absolute frost capable of freezing all matter, energy, and even laws of nature, heaven and earth within a radius of 4,000 kilometers was almost instantly enshrouded by the ice snow lotus realm, and a dozen or so Holy Spirit beasts were all frozen into ice sculptures. Heavenly God technique, myriad mirror essence. Tina wielded her divine mirror world sword, and countless specks of light unfurled behind her before transforming into streaks of astonishing golden light that fell upon the Holy Spirit beasts. Each of the streaks of golden light was imbued with the most powerful divine mirror power, and they were able to slice through the bodies of mountain giants, slice through the scales of WIRMS, and pulverize the bodies of holy horned demons. Over 20 Holy Spirit beasts were slain in just one strike. Shangguan Yi and Tina's thoughts were very simple. The goddess of life had divided her life force among the 81 Holy Spirit beasts. So what would happen to the goddess of life if they killed all of these Holy Spirit beasts? Even if they didn't die, they would at least be severely injured. Unfortunately, there was no way that they could kill 81 Holy Spirit beasts in one go. Killing 40 Holy Spirit beasts was already their limit. Crap, their life force essence is being transferred. Tina could sense that a peculiar power within the body of the prehistoric beast she had slain was undergoing a transformation. It's the same here. Shangguan Yi discovered that the giant beasts that had been frozen into ice sculptures also possessed some kind of mysterious power, and they were like unkillable cockroaches that were moving toward the beasts that were still brimming with energy. Both Shangguan Yi and Tina were completely powerless to do anything upon seeing this. Having just released their top-notch moves, they truly didn't have the strength to deal with those 41 terrifying prehistoric beasts. At the same time, the dead beasts also showed signs of resurrection under the effect of the power of creation. Once those prehistoric beasts are resurrected, won't the origin of life find another target to transfer to? If I can't kill all the primeval beasts in one go, can't I completely erase this source? How troublesome. Tina and Shangguan Yi's brows were tightly furrowed, and they couldn't think of a way out of this situation. As for gods of creation, like obsidian flowing gold, it was even more difficult for them to do so. Is it finally time for me to appear? And Lin, who was standing on the sky sea wall, smiled as he watched the prehistoric beasts wreaking havoc in the land of creation. Big Boss Enlin, your current condition. Lan Xiaoni knew that Enlin was very powerful, but she also knew that there was no way he would be able to take on 41 giant beasts in his current condition. Watch me. When has your big boss ever disappointed you? Enlin took a step forward as his white robe fluttered in the wind. Even though he was severely wounded, he was still able to unleash his peerless battle intent without any reservation. Now, I'm going to show the Heavenly Life Goddess and all of the living beings what the power of money is. Come on out, immortal sword. And Lin's storage ring flashed. Whoosh, an immortal sword appeared in the sky, exuding a devastating sword intent. Lan Xiaoni was just about to ask what an immortal sword would do when she was completely rendered speechless by the scenes unfolding before her eyes. She could only look on with wide, dumbstruck eyes. Streaks of light appeared. 10 immortal swords flew through the sky. Even so, the sword projections didn't stop as one sword projection after another surged forth from the storage ring. In the blink of an eye, 100 immortal swords had filled the entire sky. But do you think this is the end? Not at all. The immortal swords continued to pour forth as if they were free. 200 immortal swords, 300 immortal swords, within the white jade sea. All of the heaven-crushing United Army cultivators who were paying close attention to the creation territory were astonished to see one immortal sword after another appear in the sky. Isn't that my sword, the purple lightning azure frost immortal sword? A sword immortal at the return to Void pinnacle stage exclaimed. He recalled how he had reluctantly sold his sword in order to raise money for his tribulation, transcendence. Ah, that's my immortal tool, the cloud-severing immortal sword. A return to Void stage light wing, clan mighty figure exclaimed. Michael's lips twitched upon seeing this. The dragon-slaying immortal sword and Kuan Wu immortal sword that I sold to the Celestial Arch are also in Enlin's possession. The legendary top-rate immortal swords, Taiya sword and 3 sovereign sun-moon sword, are also in Enlin's possession. Gabriel murmured to himself. She had always wanted the 3 sovereign sun-moon sword. After all, it had a very good chance of evolving into a divine sword. However, not long ago, it was purchased by a mysterious buyer in the Garden of Eden's treasure vault. Who would have thought that the buyer would be Enlin? The battling Buddha was dumbstruck by the sight of all the immortal swords flying forth, and he couldn't help but swear, Holy F***, CK! How many immortal swords has Big Brother Enlin collected? The immortals from the divine source continent were the most astonished. In their divine source continent, the most top-rate weapons were immortal tools, and all of them were things that exalted immortals could only dream of possessing. However, they were witnessing something unimaginable. The number of immortal tools in the sky was several times more than the number of immortal tools they had seen in their entire lives. Just how rich was Enlin? Not only were the immortals from the divine source continent astonished, but even the experienced and knowledgeable mighty figures from the Tai Chu continent were also dumbstruck by the scene unfolding before their eyes. Soon, a total of 1,000 immortal swords filled the entire sky. All of them glowed with vibrant immortal light, and the sword Tao aura that converged was even able to warp heaven and earth. Even the great Tao of the sword was naturally activated, as if there was nothing in this world that they couldn't slash through. 1,000 immortal swords appearing at the same time. This is a miracle. This is definitely a miracle. The Holy Martial Clan super mighty figure, the Lord of the Sword, had a scorching light in his eyes as he spoke with excitement on his face. What is Enlin trying to do? Could it be that he's trying to activate an unprecedented sword Tao formation? He wasn't the only one with this thought. All of the other living beings were also thinking the same thing. Even the billions of living beings on the Tai Chu continent who were silently watching the live stream were thinking the same thing. All of their eyes were wide with anticipation, anticipating the emergence of that invincible sword formation. And Lin raised a hand high into the air and made a grabbing motion. 6 strikes of the war god, sword burial. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 in the sky, one priceless immortal sword after another self-detonated like the most dazzling fireworks, instantly lighting up the entire night sky of the Tai Chu continent. All of the living beings on the Tai Chu continent felt as if their hearts had stopped and their minds had gone completely blank. What kind of scene would it be to have 1,000 immortal swords explode at the same time? No one could understand that feeling unless they experienced it themselves. In that instant, the sound of countless hearts shattering erupted across the Tai Chu continent. Venerable Lord Sword's eyes were as wide as bronze bells. He took a deep breath and another deep breath before he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. PFFF and Lin, what the F***CK did you do? Chapter 2358. How much did an immortal sword cost? The cheapest was at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. Top-rate immortal swords could cost several million to tens of millions of spirit stones. Hence, how much did 1,000 immortal swords cost? A few billion at the very least. And now, 1,000 immortal swords had exploded right before their eyes. It was as if a tycoon had just burned a few billion spirit stones in front of their eyes. One had to realize a return to void stage mighty figure only had a net worth of a few million spirit stones. All of the living beings on the Tai Chu continent felt their hearts convulse. In particular, all of the mighty figures who had viewed the immortal swords as precious treasures felt as if their hearts had been shattered by the sound of those immortal swords exploding into countless shards. They were like children who had been blown up by Enlin. At this moment, a single phrase appeared in the minds of almost all of the living beings present. Indescribably tragic. If one had to describe this indescribably tragic, it would be inhumanly rich. Hurry, hurry, disciple. Hurry up and get your master's heart-relieving pill. Ah, my heart, my heart. Countless living beings clasped their hands over their hearts in fear that they would suffocate from overexcitement. This was definitely an unprecedented spectacle on the Tai Chu continent. This was the most extravagant, money-burning moment. 1,000 immortal swords had self-detonated at the same time. What kind of concept was that? Even super mighty figures wouldn't be able to dream of such an exhilarating spectacle. The great Tao of Sword was also trembling uncontrollably. No one knew whether it was trembling from shock or from anger, but in any case its emotions were very unstable. Setting aside Michael and the others, even the god of creation stage mighty figures like Flowing Gold, Black Stone, and the 3 living beings were all dumbstruck. They felt like their heads were buzzing. Giant Enlin said he was going to detonate immortal swords. I have a few dozen of them here. Tina smacked her lips as if she was trying to calm her astonishment. Big boss Enlin, what are you trying to do? Lan Xiaoni was even stuttering. Even though she was the leader of the West Sea Alliance, she had never seen such an astonishing spectacle. If Enlin's goal was to scare people with money, then he had undoubtedly succeeded. He had successfully scared the living beings of the entire Tai Chu continent. Even Nuwa and the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue stared blankly at the scene unfolding in the sky. They didn't know what to say or what to say. In the night sky, the immortal swords that filled the sky turned into fragments. Even if it was a fragment, it still retained the unique, multicolored brilliance of an immortal artifact, and it was countless times more resplendent than the stars that filled the sky. This was the most expensive romance, the most unforgettable fireworks. The epic and magnificent scene in the sky was dazzling in this moment of doomsday. It was so breathtaking that some living beings felt that even if they died at this moment, their lives would still be complete. However, this was only the beginning for Enlin. He had collected so many immortal swords back then, all for this moment. A black sword mark appeared on his forehead. The supreme sword will spread. It pulled the fragments of the immortal swords that filled the sky. Every piece of shard was bursting with extremely terrifying energy. The essence inside was 100% released. Not only that, but the sword intent imbued within the immortal swords was also unleashed to the extreme, and all types of sword Tao phenomena were formed. What the hell is this? All of the living beings widened their eyes as they looked up into the sky. In the sky, there were ancient wisdom kings wielding light swords, illusory lightning dragons tearing through the firmament with their claws, 10,000-year-old ancient trees as verdant as swords, earth-shattering meteors streaking across the sky, divine flowers that dreamed for 1,000 years dyed the firmament pink, countless sword spirits dancing in the night sky, interpreting the true meaning of the way of the sword, and countless ancient sword immortals releasing heavenly phenomena, pointing their swords at the earth, sword Tao phenomena that were powerful enough to make the hearts of all living beings tremble began to appear. Each and every one of them unleashed the true intent of the sword Tao to the extreme. Some of the sword cultivators felt like their heads were about to explode from the comprehension of the sword Tao just by looking at the sword Tao phenomena. And Lin had perfectly integrated the paramount true intent of the sword he had attained into each and every immortal sword fragment, thereby making the immortal swords even more fearsome and fearsome. The phenomenon of the sword Tao filled the entire sky and enveloped the entire land of creation. It was almost boundless. No living beings were thumping their chests and stomping their feet, and no living beings were cursing and swearing. They all knew that Lin wasn't wasting these treasures. Instead, he was allowing these immortal swords to unleash the most dazzling and glorious moment of their lives. All of the living beings on the Tai Chu continent stared blankly at these sword Tao phenomena. These sword Tao phenomena were extremely dazzling, beautiful, and powerful to the extreme. This was a grand occasion for billions of living beings, and it was a grand occasion for all sword cultivators to witness. How extravagant! Nuwa had lived for countless years and had seen many things, but her scalp was still tingling with fear at the sight of Lin. Ha ha ha! I didn't come for nothing this time. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue chortled with glee. He seemed to be very excited as he repeated, I really didn't come for nothing this time. Sword Tao phenomena covered the entire sky. This was a sword Tao phenomenon that was powerful enough to slice apart the entire universe. And Lin pointed his hands toward the sky, and he became the sword monarch who commanded all of the extreme sword Tao phenomena. Almost all of the living beings held their breaths. Lu Qianhuan's face became flushed as she looked on through the 4-9 Immortal Sex live stream, and her breathing accelerated as she gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. She knew that the most spectacular sword Tao technique in history was about to be unleashed. The black sword insignia above Lin's head glowed with the darkest light. Immortal tools shatter. Intoxicate all life. When the heavens shatter, I reverse yin and yang with 1,000 swords. Sword fall. The white-robed sword immortal commanded. All of the extreme sword Tao phenomena in the sky began to fall from the heavens. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to have lost their luster. The boundless sword Tao phenomena were the only things left in everyone's eyes. They were going to smash heaven and earth into smithereens and turn the entire battle on its head. Sensing the boundless sword power, the insufferably powerful prehistoric beasts couldn't help but shiver and shiver uncontrollably. However, they did not resign themselves to their fate. Instead, they unleashed terrifying spell techniques in an attempt to resist the boundless sword Tao power. Boom, boom, boom. Unimaginable clashes of energy erupted, and the space within a radius of over 100,000 kilometers was completely shattered. The sword Tao phenomena in the sky merely shuddered before continuing to descend. The power of the sword Tao, gathered by 1,000 different phenomena, was unstoppable. The ancient sword monarch projection sliced the WYRM in half with a single sword strike. The Qingsu immortal sword pierced into the body of the gargantuan Kuan several 100,000 feet in length, upon which countless sword projections erupted, tearing the gargantuan Kuin to shreds. Even the primordial beast, heavenly armored black tortoise, with extremely powerful defensive abilities, was surrounded by several different phenomena, and even its shell was pulverized into dust. Meteorites crashed into the land of creation, razing the ground within a radius of over 5,000 kilometers. The entire land of creation had been transformed into a slaughterhouse for primordial beasts. Even the most powerful primordial beasts could only wait to be slaughtered. This was Enlin's trump card, the most powerful pay-to-win attack in history. 1,000 Sword Toss. Chapter 2359. At the realm of creation, thousands of sword Tao phenomena descended upon the world, striking all living beings with an unparalleled sense of awe. When the phenomena attacked the giant beasts, they were even more astonished. This was a battle on the level of the primeval age. Each and every immortal sword had a history that was imbued with the essence of time, and the phenomena they displayed were also imbued with the aura of time. This was very similar to the situation shown by the great, desolate beasts. There were ancient immortals slashing furiously with swords, and there were also shadows of mysterious thunder, heavenly dragons at the great, desolate realm, fighting fiercely with the real, great, desolate flood dragons. One was a projection materialized from an immortal tool, while the other was a real giant beast. The battle between the two of them was like a battle between a fake and a real beast, but was the fake not a match for the real thing? Not necessarily. These fakes had released all the strength and essence in their bodies in an instant. It was as if they were using self-detonation to light up the passage of time. Even if they died, they would exchange it for an instant of invincibility. Furthermore, they were imbued with Enlin's paramount Sword Tao true intent. So the power they unleashed was even more powerful than that of the real giant beasts. On top of that, there were usually several phenomena attacking a single giant beast at once. The remaining 41 giant beasts were all crushed by an unimaginably one-sided attack, and all of them fell to the ground with blood-curdling cries. Even the giant beasts that had been slain by Tina and Shangguan and were about to be resurrected were being whipped by the phenomena, and they had no chance of being resurrected. A massive sword made of heavenly flames crashed into the forest of divine trees, setting the forest ablaze for thousands of kilometers around it. A mountain-piercing beast transformed its scales into a sword, and with its supreme sword power, it instantly destroyed several hundreds of thousands of meters tall, enormous, primitive, divine mountains. A lithe and graceful female sword immortal plunged her inky black immortal sword into a river, and the black sword intent completely corroded the river before spreading toward the earth, causing all of the plants to wilt and all of the living beings to perish. Not only were the giant beasts affected, but all of the living beings within the realm of creation, as well as all of the matter and energy within the realm of creation. That's right, and Lin had already thought this through. Wasn't the goddess of life supposed to be very bad? Assess? She was able to transfer her life force to another living being, so he would destroy all of the living beings within the realm of creation. That way, he would be able to cut off all of the goddess of life's escape routes. Boom, boom, boom! Collisions and explosions continued to erupt. The might of the sword Tao caused the heavens and earth to explode at the same time. Boundless divine light surged through the earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and even the entire Tai Chu continent tremored violently. What kind of sword technique is this? The Holy Martial Clan's Lord Sword was dumbstruck. He suddenly felt like his own sword technique was really trash. Venerable Lord Sword was not the only one who thought so. Even Tina, who had also peered into the origin of swordsmanship, wondered what she had been practicing when she saw the scene before her. This spell technique could even be said to have transcended beyond the God of Creation stage, and it wasn't something that an ordinary God of Creation could learn. That required money. Everything in the fortune territory was flattened. All the prehistoric beasts were chopped into mincemeat or even particles by the extremely powerful phenomenon. Slowly, the phenomenon began to disappear, and the power began to dissipate. After the phenomenon completely disappeared, That beautiful place of creation that contained miracles of life was gone. What greeted them was a wasteland with a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, as well as countless earth-shattering sword Dao scars. And Lin stood at the center of the wasteland, and his white robe was completely spotless. All of the other powerful beings and mighty figures were struck by a sense of reverence and yearning upon seeing this white robe. That sword strike had completely flipped their worldview on its head. As expected of the number one war god of the Tai Chu continent, such power and such invincible might, he truly deserves this title. Thank you, War God Lin. You've shown me just how bad *SS my sword can be. I feel like Lin is going to have another title after this battle. What title? The number one sword immortal of the Tai Chu continent. No one objected to this. Instead, they all nodded in agreement. Setting aside the fact that Lin had unleashed this technique through the power of money, his sword Dao had truly shocked all of the living beings on the Tai Chu continent. All of the prehistoric beasts have been blasted to smithereens, and the Fortune territory has also been destroyed. Is everything over? The heavenly seawall beneath Lan Xiaoni's feet had also been blasted into nothingness, and she stood silently in midair as she looked down at the wasteland before her. And Lin took a deep breath and smiled as he sensed the energy within his body that had almost been completely depleted. I don't know if it's over or not, but I've already done everything I can. Is that it? Lan Xiaoni's lips twitched as she looked down at the wasteland that stretched as far as the eye could see. Other gods of creation could only kill a few prehistoric beasts at most, but Lin was far more powerful. Not only had he insta-killed several dozen prehistoric beasts, but he had also destroyed his enemy's home, should I say, as expected of Big Bossin? The little fairy flew in the air and looked down at the ground below with a smile. The goddess of life attached her life essence to the primordial behemoths. Now that the primordial behemoths have all been insta-killed, it's equivalent to her life essence being completely destroyed. Even if she can transfer her life essence, there's nothing that can do that right now. In other words, the goddess of life has been defeated by Giant Lin. This was an extremely satisfying victory. It looked like Lin had been 2F* king humble when he said that he had a way to wound the goddess of life. This wasn't just wounding her, this was slaying her. It was just that slaying her was a little expensive. It would cost a few billion spirit stones. What happened to the goddess of life? That was the question that everyone was concerned about. And Lin didn't even need to unleash his senses anymore. He knew that even if the goddess of life wasn't dead, she wouldn't be able to hide. Sure enough, a huge green egg appeared out of thin air at the center of the Fortune territory. This was most likely the escape route that the goddess of life had prepared in advance. After the eggshell cracked open, a woman of dreamy beauty emerged from within. Her figure was peerlessly lithe, and her eyes were as red as the setting sun. Her long black hair danced in the wind, and her skin was even whiter than the moon. She was a top-tier goddess. However, this goddess was no longer as arrogant and aloof as she was before. Her eyes were filled with horror and unease, and she wrapped her arms tightly around her chest like a trembling kitten. There was even an indescribable sense of horror and confusion in her eyes as she looked at Lin. Why is this happening? The goddess of life's resentful and aggrieved voice suddenly sounded. Not only are you powerful, but you even called upon so many terrifyingly powerful helpers. Not only did you call upon so many terrifyingly powerful helpers, but you even threw money at me. I've already worked so hard. I've already given it my all, but I've still been utterly defeated. The goddess of life's eyes reddened as she looked at Lin, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. All of the spectating beings were dumbstruck. She was crying. The goddess of life had been beaten to tears by Lin, and Lin was the most astonished of all. This was the first time that he had seen the goddess of life in such an abnormal state. Had this paramount, heavenly god been beaten silly by him? Chapter 2360. And Lin, I hate you. I really, really hate you. The life goddess mentality had indeed been completely crushed by Lin. She no longer cared about her dignity as a goddess. All she wanted to do was to vent her emotions. At this moment, she was like a helpless little girl who was enraged and powerless. When Nuwa saw this scene, she couldn't help but be moved. A paramount heavenly god who ruled over life and death had been forced into this state. It had to be said that Enlin really was quite powerful. Patriarch Zhu could still recall the terrifying sense of impending doom that he had been struck by during his battle with the goddess of life. At that time, the goddess of life had been completely different from this weeping woman, and he felt as if he were in a dream. Enlin didn't have any tender feelings toward the life goddess, and he was completely unmoved by her tearful complaints. In fact, he even pulled out his evil-slaying sword. At this moment, a white light had already appeared over the eastern horizon. The light of dawn shone down upon the dilapidated earth. An exquisitely beautiful woman in a flowery dress was surrounded by a group of gods of creation. This was the end of the path for the heavenly life goddess, as well as the heavenly heaven god and the heavenly sea god. They no longer had any power to resist. Enlin, Tina, Lan Xiaoni, Flowing Gold, Blackstone, the three living beings, Mou, Tian Yi, Patriarch Zhu, all of these super powerful beings were powerful enough to dominate an entire realm, and all of them silently unleashed their auras to shake the heavens and earth. The life goddess was situated at the center of this boundless sea of auras, and her body trembled uncontrollably as she was intimidated by this terrifying aura. The heavenly heaven god and the heavenly sea god didn't know what to say. Persuade the life goddess not to give up? Even they wanted to give up now. They couldn't find any way to turn the tables at this juncture. She's already been forced into such a dire situation, but she's still able to maintain her true form of the Tao of life. Furthermore, the three-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation is still operating. This is very admirable. And Lin's expression finally changed slightly upon seeing the goddess of life's condition. Of course, he knew that this was only the life goddess' final act of stubbornness. The life force of the goddess of life had been ravaged to the point that only an empty shell was left. It would burst like a bubble at the slightest touch. It was no exaggeration to say that any Tao integration stage, super mighty figure could pummel the life goddess. That was why the life goddess was in such despair. The sun rose from the east. The world began to have color and warmth. And Lin looked at the pure sunlight on the horizon. It was as if he had finally succeeded after a desperate battle. It was so warm, so full of hope and future. The sun has risen. The old order is coming to an end. And Lin walked toward the life goddess with his evil-slaying sword in hand. Suddenly, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. Kacha! It sounded like something had broken. Something seemed to be coming out. The great Tao of heaven and earth trembled violently at this moment. Then, countless living beings exclaimed in shock. Look, why is the sky so bright? The sun doesn't seem particularly bright anymore. Why has the sky become like this? Could it be? All of the mighty figures looked up into the sky. They could sense a holy light in the sky that all living beings yearned for. And Lin's footsteps faltered as he looked up into the sky, and his inky black pupils contracted slightly. He immediately charged toward the life goddess, and the most terrifying sword projection erupted from his evil-slaying sword as he slashed toward the woman with the tear stains on her face. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, final Tao! And Lin's evil-slaying sword was imbued with the purest Tao, which transformed into black lines. He was like the emperor of all Tao, and he plunged the sharpest sword into the life goddess' chest. Blood splattered through the air. He was extremely fast, and his attacks were even more ferocious. The life goddess was in an extremely feeble state, and her heart was pierced by the evil-slaying sword before she even had a chance to react. Air! The life goddess body trembled violently as blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She seemed to have realized that her life was about to come to an end, and she extended a slender finger in an attempt to point it toward Enlin's forehead. Enlin didn't do anything else. Instead, he focused all of his attention on the evil-slaying sword in an attempt to slay the life goddess as quickly as possible. All of a sudden, a beam of light fell from the sky, as if it were the beginning of time and the beginning of chaos, illuminating the inky black evil-slaying sword. The inky black blade of the evil-slaying sword, which was made of an extraordinarily powerful material, began to twist and distort upon being illuminated by the light. There were even bursts of black smoke rising from its body. The sword trembled violently, as if it was enduring extreme pain. Countless black lines of Tao also began to shrink and crumble at this moment. And Lin's ultimate technique against the paramount heavenly god had been nullified in that instant. Everything happened extremely abruptly, and everyone was dumbstruck as they turned their eyes toward the sky. Only Enlin seemed to have anticipated this, and he immediately drew his sword and retreated just as the beam of light was about to strike him, thereby evading it. "Who is it?" Tina's expression shifted as she also turned toward the sky. The heavenly life goddess, the heavenly sea god, and the heavenly heaven god were all extremely excited. They could sense where that power belonged. "It's the light goddess. The heavenly light goddess is here to save us." The three paramount heavenly gods were the first to identify the heavenly light goddess. In the sky above, a hazy projection of a woman shimmering with golden light appeared. No one was able to see her full appearance. She was like an absolute being who stood proudly above the clouds, yet she also transcended beyond this world. And Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm helping you eliminate your enemy, but you're going to stop me?" The woman didn't say anything, as if she felt like this wasn't worth her time. Has she finally completed her transformation? The life goddess looked up at the powerful figure in the sky with complex emotions welling up in her heart. Her former nemesis was now using its power to save her. Did she still have the right to compete with the light goddess? She had already been reduced to a complete loser at this moment. The light goddess spoke in a voice that was as clear as the rising sun. "I can grant you power. Are you willing to cooperate with me?" This was directed at the three paramount heavenly gods. The life goddess and the heavenly heaven god both faltered upon hearing this. "Of course we're willing." The heavenly sea god was the first to speak. The life goddess and the heavenly heaven god didn't expect the heavenly sea god to agree so decisively. At this moment, the heavenly sea god was already trying to persuade them. "Life goddess, heavenly heaven, hurry up and agree. The heavenly light goddess objective is to destroy the entire human race, which is partially in line with our objective. Why don't we complete a small objective first? It's better than dying for no good reason, don't you think?" It had to be said that this made a lot of sense. The life goddess and the heavenly heaven god were also tempted. Chapter 2361. The heavenly heaven god and the heavenly life goddess didn't agree, but that was all because of their previous alliances. The heavenly sea god clearly didn't have that concern. After all, the heavenly sea god was on the same side as the heavenly light goddess. At the end of the day, he was just returning to his original alliance. The life goddess also knew that she didn't have many choices left. Either she'd join the light faction or she would be killed by Enlin. Just as they were hesitating, another terrifying power suddenly swept toward them. Shangguan Yi descended upon the heavenly life goddess, and a vortex of extreme frost materialized in her palm before crashing down upon the life goddess with extremely terrifying killing intent. The divine mirror world sword in Tina's hand glowed with an extremely powerful divine mirror power as it stabbed toward the life goddess' chest from the other side. Two extremely powerful god of creation stage powerful beings were attacking the life goddess at the same time. It was also at this moment that an extremely holy and pure beam of light fell from the sky before enshrouding the life goddess body. This light was even more transcendent than chaos, and it seemed to contain all the power of light in this world as it formed an absolute domain. Shangguan Yi's vortex of frost was purified into countless particles of light, and Tina's divine mirror world sword was repelled by the light. Just a single beam of light was able to keep both Shangguan Yi and Tina at bay. What kind of light is this? Tina's expression was one of incredulity. She could sense an unsurpassable power emanating from this light. The woman in the sky gradually took on the form of the moonlit night monarch. She was even more beautiful and dreamy, but she spoke in a cold voice, the light of absolute beginning. Perhaps this light would be engraved in everyone's memory, so she chose to reply. At this moment, another voice sounded. "I'm willing to join the light faction," the heavenly heaven god said. I'm also willing." The life goddess bit down on her lower lip after a brief internal struggle. The light goddess smiled for the first time. Her smile was extremely vibrant and mesmerizing. "Light nurtures all, and life creates miracles. I bestow upon you light." A star-like particle of light flew out from the heavenly light goddess Glabella before instantly disappearing into the heavenly life goddess Glabella at a speed that even gods of creation stage beings could not keep up with. "From now on, the three of you will be responsible for delaying these people, especially Enlin," the heavenly light goddess said to the three paramount beings. After absorbing the speck of light, the heavenly life goddess aura underwent another transformation, and she became full of vitality again. It was like a dying plant that had been in darkness for a long time had suddenly welcomed the bright and beautiful sunlight, and it began to glow with infinite vitality. Light is what life loves the most. Otherwise, there would be no photosynthesis. Similarly, the heavenly light goddess also liked the heavenly light god. It was just that their views were different, so they were in opposition. The heavenly life god yearned for light, and she could also be resurrected by light and become even more powerful. After doing all this, the heavenly light goddess suddenly turned toward the east, and her expression became grave. "There's no more time. I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, without waiting for the life goddess and the others to reply, she suddenly turned into a streak of light and flew directly to the east, disappearing from this world. The goddess of light came and went like light. Everyone's heart screamed in alarm. What else could he do by heading east? The heaven-crushing Glaze Palace was located in the northeast of the Purple Star Ruins. The heavenly light goddess was trying to disrupt Chin Chin and Cyril's heaven-crushing plan. "No, I have to stop her." The battling Buddha was extremely anxious upon seeing this, and he was just about to fly toward the east with his golden-banded staff. "Calm down, Wukong." Michael grabbed the battling Buddha by the arm. "What are you doing? Don't stop me. Our heaven-crushing plan can't fail." The battling Buddha glared at him. The heavenly light goddess has undergone her second transformation, and we don't even know how powerful she has become. Even top-rate gods of creation like Tina and Shangguan Yi are unable to do anything to her. "Do you think you'll be able to do anything?" A resigned expression appeared on Michael's face. "But we are heavenly disciple candidates of the heaven-crushing sect. Are we not going to do anything?" The battling Buddha gripped his staff tightly, and his golden eyes were filled with unyielding battle intent. "So what if we can't win? In the path that I, old son, walk, there is no path of retreat without a fight." At this moment, Michael was stunned. He discovered that the battling Buddha's aura was a little different. It was as if he was about to break through some kind of barrier, and an extremely terrifying aura was brewing within him. Before Michael had a chance to say anything, the battling Buddha had already flown toward the east. "So be it, I'll go as well." Michael took a reluctant glance at Enlin before spreading open his wings and flying toward the east. At this moment, a light began to manifest on the heavenly life goddess Glabella, and she tapped her foot lightly onto the ground, upon which all things began to grow. Her aura was also elevating at a rapid rate The heavenly life goddess is quickly recovering her powers. We can't let her continue like this. We have to stop her. And Lin immediately spoke upon sensing the changes taking place in the heavenly life goddess body. Paramount heavenly god technique, raging sea dragon. Lan Xiaoni immediately unleashed all of her power to materialize a golden WRM over 100,000 feet in length, which crashed toward the heavenly life goddess with boundless might. The heavenly life goddess extended a palm and thrust it through the air. Bam! The terrifying power of the heavenly realm crashed toward the raging sea dragon like an invisible wall, pulverizing the dragon's head into countless balls of water. At this moment, Blackstone's spear, flowing gold saber, the three living beings' soul attacks, MOU's World Strike, and Tian Yi's Strange Bubbles also hurtled toward the heavenly life goddess at the same time. The heavenly life goddess unleashed her earth-shattering waves, which were imbued with the extreme power of the heavens and the power of the ocean, engulfing all of these god of creation attacks. It was also at this moment that Shangguan, Yi, and Tina unleashed their final trump cards. The extreme power of frost instantly froze the waves into ice, completely freezing all of the energy within. Tina broke through the ice with her divine mirror world sword, and her sword tore through all of the defensive energy before crashing down toward the heavenly life goddess head. A faint smile appeared on the heavenly life goddess face at this moment. Bam! A crisp sound erupted. The extremely sharp and transparent divine mirror world sword struck a peculiar shield of light, but it was completely unable to advance any further. Do you think the light goddess gave me a light star just to recover my power? The heavenly life goddess smiled as an extremely dangerous light flashed through her eyes. Did you know, the grand primordial light? I know how to use it too. As soon as he finished speaking, the light shield that was formed from the fusion of platinum and gold suddenly shot out an arrow-like ray of light, piercing through the little pixie's body at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 2362. Tina. And Lin's heart jolted upon seeing this, and his body immediately shot forth to catch the little fairy in his arms before evading another attack of the Light of Origin. The Light of Origin landed behind Lin, but it was as if a normal beam of light had struck the surface of a mound and was unable to damage it at all. However, this beam of light was able to pierce through all of Tina's defenses and puncture her body. This was extremely terrifying. The heavenly life goddess was not in a hurry, even though she had failed to land the killing blow. Instead, she took this opportunity to quickly recover her power. The power of light bestowed upon her by the heavenly light goddess was not permanent. Just like the power of darkness that Lin had bestowed upon little Xie and the Darkwing Emperor, it was a consumable. Whether she used it to kill her enemies or recover her power was up to her. However, the power of light bestowed upon me by the heavenly light goddess is truly unbelievably vast. The heavenly life goddess was extremely astonished as she sensed the boundless power of light within her body. If it weren't for the fact that the heavenly light goddess was in a hurry, she would definitely be able to crush everyone here. This power of light was simply far too powerful. At the very least, it would be able to crush top-rate gods of creation like Lin and Tina with ease. Giant Lin, I'm fine. Get away from me. Tina stabilized her injuries and unleashed her divine mirror essential power to finally repress the residual power of the Light of Origin within her body. Lin took a deep breath before quickly retreating. He was currently in a very poor state, so he wouldn't be of much help even if he participated in the battle. As such, it was better for him to recover his power before continuing the battle. At this moment, Flowing Gold, MOU, Shangguan Yi, and the other gods of creation were still unleashing their attacks. However, the heavenly life goddess was only focusing on defense and very rarely used her power to retaliate. Instead, she focused all of her power on recovering her own power. Everyone was extremely anxious to see this, but there was nothing they could do. The only fortunate thing was that Shangguan, Yi, and Tina were often able to force the heavenly life goddess to use her light of origin to defend herself or retaliate. This light of origin was an extremely precious item, and it was very likely that it would be depleted with each use. This could be inferred from the heavenly life goddess retaliation. However, the light of origin was still being depleted. The light of origin had already mostly recovered. It was also at this time that her recovery stopped. The heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god both faltered upon hearing this. Life, what are you doing? Hurry up and recover your strength. The heavenly sea god urged. The power of the Tai Chu light was countless times more potent than a divine pill, so he had to recover as much as possible before slapping everyone in the face. The heavenly heaven god, who had been disgusted by Lin and Tina's pills, also chimed in agreement. Why did they suddenly stop? That's enough. Now, my supreme authority of life will be able to slowly heal us. I have other uses for the remaining primordial light, the life goddess said with a smile. A spatial shockwave blasted Blackstone and MOU away. The goddess of life gripped the air with one hand, and the enormous tripartite, true, heavenly reincarnation formation enveloped the world once again, revealing itself to the world. A beam of light shot out from between her brows and fused with the tripartite, true, heavenly reincarnation formation, causing the formation to undergo a fundamental change. The power of heaven, the paramount power of the ocean, the paramount power of the sky, the paramount power of life, and now the power of the paramount power of light. Tripartite, true, heavenly reincarnation formation, activate. The life goddess aura soared to its peak, and all of the power within her body surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The earth tremored violently, for gargantuan divine statues plummeted from the sky, crashing down in all four directions, encompassing all of the gods of creation. These divine statues were over 1,000,000 feet in size, and they corresponded to the heavenly light goddess, the heavenly life goddess, the heavenly sea god, and the heavenly heaven god, respectively. A peculiar barrier of light connected the four paramount heavenly gods, encompassing the heavens and earth to form an enclosed space. The light barrier was formed from the powers of the four paramount heavenly gods. Blue, green, white, and golden divine lights revolved around the light barrier, creating an unbreakable cage that trapped everything within it. There was an opening. Tina instantly appeared in front of the life goddess, and her sword twisted space as she slashed toward the life goddess' neck. Whoosh! The life goddess was decapitated. The sword strike was far too fast, to the point where the life goddess didn't even have time to evade. That was a beautiful assassination. All hail the mighty goddess! Flowing Gold was already whooping with elation upon seeing this. However, Tina's expression was extremely grave. She watched as the goddess of life's head was separated from her body, which then turned into countless flower petals and disappeared on the spot. Even her essence disappeared? Flowing Gold was a little dumbstruck. In the next instant, an exquisitely beautiful woman appeared outside the peculiar light barrier. She looked down at all of the gods of creation with a faint smile on her face. You want to kill me? Sorry, but you won't have a chance now. Boom! A lethal frosty power suddenly soared into the sky, freezing everything it came into contact with. Shangguan Yi transformed into an ice phoenix and flew through the air toward the life goddess. Her frosty aura threatened to freeze everything in this world. However, the life goddess merely looked on with an extremely calm expression. The ice phoenix crashed into the light barrier created by the true four-element reincarnation formation, and its anguished wails erupted into the heavens. The extreme frosty power was completely unable to break through the light barrier. Not only that, but its head was even pulverized by the recoil force of the light barrier. The life goddess looked at the headless ice phoenix beneath her feet and smiled smugly. You can't even deal with the light of Genesis, so how are you going to deal with this true four phases reincarnation formation formed by the fusion of the powers of the four supreme heavenly gods. Shangguan Yi appeared in the sky again with a hint of exasperation in her eyes. She knew that she really couldn't break through this formation. This true four-element reincarnation formation looks very strange. And Lin's eyes reflected everything between heaven and earth as he activated his divine simulation technique. Its defensive prowess is extremely powerful, to the point where it's boundlessly powerful. However, I don't feel any threat from it. What do you mean? Lan Xiaoni blinked, which means its offensive prowess is extremely weak. And Lin replied, how is the life goddess going to fight us then? Lan Xiaoni was even more dumbstruck. She could sense that the life goddess had already injected all of her power into this formation. Generally speaking, after obtaining more power, the first thing that came to mind was to beat up Big Boss and Lin, right? However, the formation didn't seem to have any offensive prowess, which was very perplexing to her. Did the life goddess not want to take revenge? The life goddess smiled upon seeing Lin's perplexed expression. And Lin, you're right. The true four-element reincarnation formation is also known as the true four-element reincarnation formation. It gathers all of the paramount powers of the heavenly gods and can seal off all living beings within its range. The heavenly light goddess told me to stall you, but she didn't tell me to kill you. This is the best and safest choice, isn't it? The life goddess smiled with a relaxed expression. Now, all of you can do is wait for the heavenly light goddess' triumphant return. Chapter 2363. The heavenly life goddess had indeed obtained an extremely abundant amount of power of light, and she did indeed possess the ability to retaliate. Everyone thought that she was going to bash Lin with all her might, but in fact, she made a decision that surprised everyone. She focused all of her power on defense and used the true four elements reincarnation formation to construct the most powerful shield. After that, she used the shield to surround all of the gods of creation. In the past, I would most likely fight you to the death again, but I'm different now. The heavenly life goddess had seen through many things after wandering between life and death. There are many ways to defeat all of you. There's no need to fight to the death. There's only one thing I have to do, and that is to trap all of you and make you wait for the light to return before I kill you. The heavenly life goddess had learned her lesson. In her battles with Lin, Lin was always able to create miracles and turn the tables. She had already been completely petrified by Lin. Even if she felt like she could defeat Lin and the others now, she didn't dare to do so. After all, she was confident that she could defeat Lin and the others for sure. What happened in the end? Didn't he almost die? The intelligent heavenly life goddess finally thought of a foolproof plan. It was always like this, and Lin would always turn the tables when he was forced into a corner. Seeing that, I won't fight you anymore. I'll use all of my defensive power to create a small black room, and you can all go wherever you want. Everyone was astonished by this decision. All of them were struck by an indescribable sense of complex emotions upon realizing the heavenly life goddess intentions. As expected, the heavenly life goddess was no longer the same heavenly life goddess. This woman, how badly had she been bullied by Lin? She had clearly obtained unparalleled power, but the first thing she thought of when facing Lin was defense. Didn't she see that Lin didn't even dare to fight her now? The cowardly heavenly life goddess seemed to be completely oblivious to what these powerful beings were thinking. She raised her chin with a smug expression, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" And Lin pondered for a moment and gave the life goddess a thumbs up. "That's awesome. Did you see that? And Lin is mocking us. And Lin is mocking us. We obtained such great power, but instead of killing him, we built a turtle shell on the spot. Why are you so scared?" The heavenly sea god couldn't take it anymore. "What do you know? This is called retreating in order to advance, minimizing mistakes. The life goddess pointed at Patriarch Ju'in Mou and the others who were attacking the light barrier with all their might. Do you see that? They're the ones panicking, not us. I support the idea of life, the heavenly heaven god suddenly said. You. The heavenly sea god opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Of course. He knew that life's choice this time was reasonable, but he just felt so angry. He had to suppress a breath of anger in his heart, and his thoughts weren't clear. Shangguan Tina, flowing gold, black stone, Mou, the three living beings, Tianyi, Lan Xiaoni, Patriarch Juin, and Enlin all attacked the true heavenly four elements reincarnation formation at the same time in an attempt to break it. Terrifying energy converged, reducing everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers into chaos. However, this great formation was even sturdier. It only trembled intensely from the bombardment, but it didn't break, sturdy to the point where it made one's hair stand on end. Who would have thought that it really would be this resolute? A sense of powerlessness welled up in Enlin's heart as he looked at the indestructible formation. He became more and more concerned about what had happened to the heaven-crushing, glazed palace. The heaven-crushing sect was currently at a critical juncture. If they couldn't stop the heavenly light goddess, what were they going to do? It would not be an exaggeration to describe the current situation as extremely urgent. Every second that they were trapped here meant that the heaven-crushing sect was in even greater danger. Drunken demon, fist of the heavenly Tao. All of a sudden, boundless demonic energy soared into the clouds in the distance. An extremely powerful fist projection shot forth for several hundred kilometers, pulverizing everything in its path before crashing toward the life goddess above the formation. Demon Emperor Cu had suddenly attacked. The people within the formation were unable to do anything, but the powerful beings outside the formation were able to attack the life goddess. Demon Emperor Cu's combat prowess was equivalent to that of a god of creation stage cultivator, so his fist was earth-shattering. A surprised expression appeared on the life goddess' face as she looked at the oncoming fist. She wasn't surprised by how powerful Demon Emperor Cu's attack was. She was only surprised that Demon Emperor Cu had the guts to face her head-on. Slap. The goddess of life slapped Demon Emperor Cu across the face. The sky tremored and the sea toppled over. The power of the supreme heavenly gods that was as boundless as the ocean held out and crushed the fist that was surging with an imposing aura. After that, the fist smashed heavily into Demon Emperor Cu's chest under his horrified gaze, causing his chest to cave in and rupture. His entire body felt like it was on the verge of falling apart. PFFF. Demon Emperor Cu flew through the air as blood gushed from his mouth. His eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Didn't you say that you were going to focus all of your power on the true four elements reincarnation formation? You liar! The life goddess chuckled upon seeing Demon Emperor Cu's expression. I've been tricked so many times already. Don't you know how to save some power for self-preservation? A person's growth was always forced upon them. This was also the case for the growth of a paramount heavenly god. Demon Emperor Cu's spectacular entrance and tragic demise left Enlin and the others feeling deflated before they even had a chance to get excited. Even a god of creation stage ally was unable to help them. What should they do next? Tina and the other god of creation stage mighty figures didn't give up. They continued to unleash spell techniques to attack the true four elements reincarnation formation. However, after being infused with the power of the light of absolute commencement, the level of this formation had already exceeded the level of a god of creation stage formation. Tina could even sense a power similar to that of the heavenly tome's restriction. This was a little terrifying. Fight to your heart's content. I'll concede if you can create even a single crack in the formation. The life goddess sat at the center of the formation with a faint smile on her face, and Lin was very anxious, but he couldn't do anything about it. Time ticked by, and the more this continued, the more anxious they became. Nuwa heaved a faint sigh. It was hard to tell whether she was feeling exasperated or regretful. And Lin, is this the end of the line? The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue was also filled with a forlorn expression. This is bad. The light has appeared, but the darkness has disappeared. If this continues, and Lin is going to fail, just as the hearts of billions of living beings were gradually sinking to rock bottom, the ethereal cry of a deer sounded from the distance. Chapter 2364. The deer's cries were far and far away, and the sound of its footsteps struck deep into everyone's hearts. It was as if it were treading upon the great Tao of heaven and earth rather than the earth itself. Who's there? The life goddess body froze, and she instinctively fused her body into the true four elements reincarnation formation to form an absolute defense. Her vigilance was very strong. She wasn't going to underestimate any strange person. This phenomenon also attracted the attention of Enlin and the others. They all turned toward the direction from which the deer's cries were coming. A 9-colored deer slowly made its way over a vast expanse of lush green grass. Its body was long and lean, and its colors were ever-changing. There was a mortal mist revolving around its antlers, and every single part of its body was imbued with a sense of perfection. On top of such a mystical 9-colored deer sat a Taoist with a languid expression. This Taoist priest had a pair of inky black eyes, and he was very handsome. He wore a strange floral robe, and he looked completely different from the transcendent 9-colored deer. However, no one was going to underestimate this Taoist priest. Everyone here was a god of creation's stage, mighty figure. For such a strange being to barge in under such circumstances, there was no way he was going to be an ordinary being. The Taoist priest appeared to be very young, but Enlin could sense that he had aged quite a bit. At this moment, the Taoist priest began to speak again. Heaven and earth shall correct itself. No one knew what he was saying, but it sounded very bad. *SS. Who is this person? And Lin asked curiously. Tina was dumbstruck. Shangguan, he was also at a loss. In contrast, Patriarch Zhu Yin had lived for a very long time, and an expression of excitement and incredulity appeared on his face. Isn't he Taoist monarch Luya? What? Taoist monarch Luya? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. It was him. The grandpa that he had been thinking about day and night had finally appeared. Furthermore, he appeared in such a handsome manner, and Lin was not completely unprepared for this. After all, Chang, he had once told him that Taoist monarch Luya was a handsome and graceful man, and Lin forced himself to calm down. No matter what, the other party was his benefactor who had given him the system and led him on the path of cultivation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was half a teacher. He had to leave a good impression on Tao Lord Luya. Luya! And Lin shouted. The Taoist in flowery robes looked up at Enlin and smiled. Enlin, I'm glad we can meet again. It really was Tao Lord Luya. And Lin shouted in agitation. Luya! F*CKU. You F*King made me so miserable. And Lin exploded. Luya was stunned, and Lin's rage turned into an infinite burst of machine guns. Why didn't you tell me in advance that the system has so many traps? It's good to give me a heads up. Do you know how desperate I was? Do you know how much I suffered? Do you know how desperate I am when I see 1 billion push-ups? Do you know how frightening it was for me to be struck by lightning? You know And Lin threw a punch toward Tao Lord Luya, and it was as if heaven and earth were raging. However, the punch was blocked by the light barrier of the array. Tao Lord Luya heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and a warm smile appeared on his face. There was a reason for everything. Calm down, Tao Lord and Lin. I'll explain everything to you after this. Ah, make you cry, make you poo. And Lin frantically used spell techniques on Tao Lord Luya, but none of them worked. They were all blocked by the light barrier of the true four elements, reincarnation array. Tao Lord Luya's lips twitched, and he turned toward the goddess of life. When the rest of the kids saw the scene before them, they were all shocked. So when Lin and Tao Lord Luya had an ill-fated relationship, what kind of grudge did he have for him to do this? That aside, the goddess of life's expression was no longer as calm as before, but she was not panicking either. Her expression was just a little more serious. You want to save them? The goddess of life asked coldly. I can't say that I'm saving them. I just want to increase their chances of winning. Tao Lord Luya laughed heartily. He opened the gourd hanging from his waist and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. The 9-colored deer beneath him continued to walk forward in a leisurely manner. Hee, aren't you afraid of the backlash from the heavenly Tao? Even if you don't die, it will severely affect your Tao, right? The goddess of life seemed to be fearless as she chuckled. Tao Lord Luya drank another mouthful of wine from his gourd before shaking his head. I know what to do. After all, the heavenly Tao is very busy right now. The goddess of life silently reinforced the true four elements reincarnation array to its limits. If the sky is still the same after this battle, you won't be able to avoid the backlash. Besides, do you think you have the ability to break my array? At this moment, Tao Lord Luya had already finished all the wine in his gourd. An extremely sharp aura slowly proliferated into the surroundings. His eyes turned inky black as he looked at the true four elements reincarnation array. They shone like black jade, but at the same time they were like the most penetrating mirror that could see through everything in this world. How would I know if I don't try? He murmured to himself as he swirled the wine gourd in his hand, as if he was going to pour wine out of it. However, before the wine was poured out, a small knife shining with silver light was poured out by him. In an instant, a terrifying knife chi filled the world. If Dabai is humiliated, I will be magnanimous. Your array appears to be flawless, but it has a fatal flaw. Tao Lord Luya spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the silver dagger. The appearance of the silver dagger didn't change at all, but the power it unleashed suddenly increased by several hundred times. An indescribably terrifying killing intent appeared in the world. The blade of the dagger wasn't aimed at the gods of creation, but all of them instinctively shuddered, and they even felt as if they were going to be sliced in half. Go, immortal slaying saber! Tao Lord Luya issued a command. The silver dagger instantly stole all color from heaven and earth. It slashed through the air in an unimaginable trajectory, and everything in its path was sliced in half by absolute slicing intent. No one could describe the magnificence of this saber strike. However, all of the powerful beings present could sense its extreme Tao realm. Flowers, plants, trees, slash. Birds, beasts, insects, and fish, slash. Floating clouds, slash. Vital energy, slash. The laws of heaven and earth, slash. The heavenly Tao, slash, 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 slash. Even perfected immortals who stood proudly outside the universe would be slain. That's right, the immortal slaying saber wasn't going to slash earth immortals or heaven immortals. It was going to slash the heavenly true immortals, who were above God of creation. Setting aside whether or not it had the ability to do so, Tao Lord Luya's intent alone was already at the pinnacle of this world. Heaven and earth transformed into black and white. The immortal slaying saber, on the other hand, was white on the outside and black on the inside. Under this special Tao realm, the power of the true heavenly reincarnation formation fused with extreme clarity, and the four paramount powers of the heavenly Tao seemed to be exposed. The immortal saber pierced through the true heavenly reincarnation formation like a streak of light. The power of the heavens, life, the ocean, and the sky were all unable to stop it and were all sliced in half. The light of absolute beginning managed to slow down the immortal/saber, but it wasn't able to completely stop the immortal/saber. The immortal/saber continued onward and pierced through the formation. There was no earth-shattering collision in this clash. Even the peerless aura of the immortal/saber, which was capable of slicing through all things, had been ground to dust by the formation. The black and white world disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, everything had changed. Under the astonished gazes of Enlin and the goddess of life, the light barrier of the true heavenly reincarnation formation suddenly exploded into countless particles of light. Only a single saber remained, and it was still suspended in the air. Chapter 2365. One slash. Just one slash was enough to shatter the true heavenly four elements reincarnation formation that countless gods of creation could do nothing about. Even now, Enlin and the others were still reminiscing about that saber strike. That extreme saber realm had moved them immensely, and even their Tao realms were beginning to waver. In particular, Flowing Gold, who was proficient in sabers, was struck by the urge to become his disciple. No, how could this be? My true heavenly four elements reincarnation formation has clearly set up its defenses to the extreme. How could it? The life goddess features paled, and her eyes glazed over as her lips trembled. She was clearly unable to accept this reality. Crimson blood flowed from the corners of her lips. The life goddess aura also quickly began to wane. The backlash that the true heavenly four elements reincarnation formation had inflicted upon her was extremely terrifying. Tao Lord Lu, you looked at the life goddess and shook his head. You didn't set up your defenses to the extreme. From the very beginning, you made a mistake by combining the light of origin with the powers of the three paramount heavenly gods. You made an even bigger mistake by treating the light of origin as a power on par with the powers of the three paramount heavenly gods. What do you mean? The life goddess' eyes widened. What I mean is, you overestimate your own strength. It's like tying a tiger and three pigs together during a hunt, and the three pigs will only drag the tiger down. What else can the three pigs do? Tao Lord Lu, you spoke with a serious expression. PFFF. The life goddess seemed to have been provoked, and her blood churned as she threw up another mouthful of blood. Tao Lord Lu, you was comparing her to a pig. If you had just used the light of origin to construct this cage, then perhaps I wouldn't have been able to break it. However, it's been mixed with impurities, so it's naturally a lot easier. Tao Lord Lu chuckled. He dares to insult us. Kill him. Let's go kill him. The heavenly sea god flared up with rage. He didn't have much left, and now, even his dignity as the only paramount heavenly god was about to be stripped away. How could he just accept this? Of course, this was only one of the reasons. There was an even more important reason, and that was that Tao Lord Lu Ye's attack had already reached the critical point of the heavenly Tao's backlash. The heavenly sea god was certain that Tao Lord Lu Ye couldn't retaliate, which was why he was so aggressive. Tao Lord Lu Ye merely chuckled nonchalantly in the face of the heavenly sea god's wrath. He then turned to Enlin and said, I won't be able to do anything after this. It's all up to you now. You can attack? Enlin blinked. Yes. Tao Lord Lu Ye had a look of regret on his face, and Lin's eyes narrowed. I want you to poo. Tao Lord Lu Ye let out a fart. The nine-colored deer cried out in fear. Its body flung the Taoist on its back onto the ground. Thud! Tao Lord Lu Ye fell flat on his face, and Lin exhaled heavily. I feel better now. Tao Lord Lu Ye, slash! The jade hairpin suddenly tore through space as it stabbed towards Tao Lord Lu Ye, moving several times faster than a thunderbolt. It was also at this moment, and Lin suddenly appeared in front of Tao Lord Lu Ye before pulling out a black and hard brick from his storage ring. Boom! Divine light exploded. The jade hairpin stabbed into the brick, and its tip had already sunk into the brick, but it was unable to completely penetrate it. Enlil, the life goddess, didn't think that Enlil would take the attack for Tao Lord Lu, yet even if he hated him so much. What the hell was this? At this moment, Shangguan Yi and Tina's attacks were already upon her. The life goddess didn't have enough power to unleash the true four elements reincarnation formation again, so she could only defend herself with difficulty. Soon, Black Stone, MOU, the three living beings, Tianyi, Flowing Gold, and Patriarch Zhu Yin, also unleashed their attacks. Heaven and earth tremored violently again. One devastating spell technique after another appeared, pulverizing the heavens and annihilating the earth. Regardless of whether it was Tina and the other gods of creation battling to the death, or the life goddess Tenacity, everything was on full display. In the end, Enlin's side still held the absolute upper hand. Lan Xiaoni was no longer able to unleash her ultimate mystic technique, so she sat beside Enlil and spoke in a gentle voice. "Don't worry, Big Boss Enlil, the life goddess is at her wit's end. We'll definitely win this battle," and Lin's brows were still furrowed. "No, it's too slow. Even if she loses, she'll be able to hold on for far too long. What we need the most right now is time." Lan Xiaoni knew why Enlil was so anxious. He was worried about his friends who were in the process of crushing the heavens. Those people were facing the most powerful enemy they had ever faced. Lan Xiaoni didn't know how powerful the light goddess had become, but from Tao Lord Lu Ye's description of how she was able to use tigers and pigs to separate the light goddess from the other paramount heavenly gods, she had a rough idea of how vast the gap between the two was. With this in mind, Lan Xiaoni began to worry again. Right now, it was already so difficult for them to kill 3 pigs. How were they going to win against the light goddess? Big Boss Enlil, you want to kill the paramount heavenly gods and absorb their power of Tao to make yourself more powerful, right? Lan Xiaoni asked as she recalled Enlin's determination to kill the heavenly life goddess. "That's right," Enlil nodded. He had nothing to hide from Lan Xiaoni. "After killing these 3 paramount heavenly gods, are you confident that you'll be able to defeat the heavenly light goddess?" Lan Xiaoni asked. "That, I'm not sure." The heavenly light goddess was too powerful, and Enlil was completely unsure. Big Boss Enlil, seeing as time is of the essence, and you won't be able to recover your power in a short time, how about you? Lan Xiaoni clenched her fists and looked up at Enlil with tears welling up in her eyes. "You can use your ultimate Tao on me." Enlil was dumbstruck. He stared at the woman before him with a dumbstruck expression. "Can't you quickly recover your power by absorbing the power of Tao? You should be able to use my power as well, right? Besides, I'm a living being from the Tai Chu continent, so I can still live even if I lose my heavenly water power." Lan Xiaoni spoke with a determined expression. The woman didn't even get a chance to finish her sentence before Enlil flipped her forehead with his index finger. "Silly girl, what are you thinking?" Enlil inched closer to the pitiful mermaid, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Lan Xiaoni's determined expression. "Big Boss hasn't even said anything, and you're already thinking about sacrificing yourself." But this is the best way," Lan Xiaoni insisted stubbornly. "Even if I want to absorb the power of Tao, it's not your turn. Don't forget, there's still a turtle over there." Enlil pointed toward a certain direction in the white nectar sea. The beautiful woman in the golden turtle shell shuddered in fear, and she hurriedly dove into the water. "Big Boss can't see me. Big Boss can't see me." Chapter 2366. Empyrean Goddess Black Mist had thought that her turtle aura concealment technique had reached the pinnacle of perfection. As long as she didn't make a sound, no one would be able to discover her existence. What she didn't expect was that Enlil knew that she was watching the battle from the sidelines. It could be said that the boss's love for his subordinates was not small. Empyrean Goddess Black Mist hoped that Boss's love for his underlings wouldn't turn into Boss's love for a power bank. She didn't want to become Boss's pet. Fortunately, Enlin was only using heavenly god Black Mist as an example. He didn't really have any ulterior motives towards her. Immediately after, Enlin turned around to educate little brother Lon. Lon Xiaoni felt like Enlin's words made sense. If he had to sacrifice someone, he should sacrifice the tortoise girl first. She held a rather high position in Boss Enlin's heart. Thinking about it, the mermaid couldn't help but smile happily. "All right, I'll listen to you, Big Boss." Lon Xiaoni's eyes glowed with excitement, but the problem still hasn't been resolved. "What do we do?" Lon Xiaoni looked toward the eastern horizon with an extremely concerned expression. And Lin did not look to the east. Instead, he looked to the north. He suddenly smiled and said, "We still have a top-notch helper. He's coming now." "A top-notch helper?" Lon Xiaoni followed Enlin's gaze toward the north. Outside the white nectar sea, an incomparably huge and majestic city, suddenly a strange light soared up, followed by a boundless auspicious aura. The 5-colored auspicious qi fused together to form a gigantic totem that covered the entire Yutong divine city. Just the wingspan of the totem was 3 million feet. That totem was none other than the 5-colored vermilion bird with its wings spread wide. It was the most powerful and original vermilion bird of the 4 sages of the universe. Roar, the clear and melodious cry of a sparrow resounded through the 9 heavens. Tens of millions of heaven-crushing sect members all turned to look at the majestic city with astonishment etched on their faces. Another big boss is going to appear. This vermilion bird's aura is so terrifying. Could it be? There's no mistaking it. This is the divine phoenix maiden who has been missing since the beginning of the battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5-colored vermilion bird rose from the Yutong divine city like a phoenix resting on a wudong tree. Suddenly, it spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its body shone with a blinding light that was even brighter than the sun. This was a spark of hope. This was the light of dawn in the world. The vermilion bird spread its limitless wings and soared into the sky. Above the 9 heavens, there was an azure dragon coiling in the sky. All living things grew, and the verdant wood flowed. The vermilion bird and the azure dragon collided. Boom! An earth-shattering collision. Brilliant light pierced through the universe. In an instant, an infinite amount of matter and laws were born. The vermilion bird and the azure dragon collided, split the heavens. In that instant, all of the living beings on the Tai-Chu continent and all of the living beings in the realm of stars were greeted by the sight of a vermilion bird and an azure dragon fusing together. In the sky above them, there were primeval scenes of azure dragons flying in the sky and vermilion birds flying at the sky. It was a magnificent view that had been engraved in the history of the universe. The realm of Tao was limitless. This was unprecedented in the history of splitting open the sky. 2 Tao integration, sundering the heavens. In that instant, it even caused the universe to resonate. All living beings in the universe were shocked. A piece of information appeared in their minds. The divine phoenix maiden of the Tai-Chu continent, the vermilion bird, and the azure dragon pinnacle stage of Tao integration pinnacle stage split open heaven and earth to become the only god of creation in the universe. This was a god of creation recognized by the universe's general consciousness. The entire universe was shaken by the display of the cards and the lineup. Thinking back, when Patriarch Zhu Yin had returned to the god of creation realm, his phenomenon had only taken place in the opposite shore realm. Now, Su Xiaolan's god of creation realm had affected the entire universe. This was an indication of just how bad *SS Su Xiaolan was. All of the 4-9 immortal sect disciples were ecstatic. Their stand-in sect leader was so bad *S. She was the only god of creation with 2 Tao integration stage god of creation realm. She was way too bad *SS. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect disciples and elders were extremely proud. In fact, all of the heaven-crushing sect living beings were extremely excited and cheering at the top of their lungs. Beside the charred divine tree, Zhu looked up at the vermilion bird and azure dragon in the sky with tears in his eyes. Yishuang, Guanyun, do you see that? Your daughter is already so dazzling now. Even Zhu, who had watched Su Xiaolan grow up, would never have thought that the adorable and warm little girl would become the divine phoenix, maiden that the entire universe would look up to in just over 100 years, let alone Zhu Yishuang and Su Guanyun. This experience, this opportunity, this achievement could no longer be described as earth-shattering. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the daughter of the universe, Tina, Shangguan Yi, Patriarch Zhu Yin, Flowing Gold, and all of the other God of Creation stage gods also turned toward Yutong City. What could they do? This scene was just too shocking for the living beings. The impact it had on all of the God of Creation realm cultivators was also unparalleled. Everyone focused on creating worlds with one essential power, but Su Xiaolan had created 2 essential powers. This was AF * King record breaker. A woman in a jade dress appeared in the air above Yutong City. The azure dragon and vermilion bird in the sky all bowed to her before transforming into pure Tao that fused into her glabella. A ball of chaotic light with heaven and earth within it also fused into the woman's sea of vital energy at the same time, transforming her aura into something completely different. Her hair danced in the wind, and her jade barley ink garment fluttered in the wind. The woman, with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened her gentle and bright eyes. There seemed to be an azure dragon soaring through the clouds in her left eye, and there seemed to be the clear cry of a vermilion bird in her right eye. Her aura was transcendent and ethereal, and her features were exquisitely beautiful. All of the living beings who were paying close attention to Yutong City felt as if she were right in front of them, and all of them were stunned by her exquisitely beautiful features. This type of beauty didn't lie in her intricate and flawless appearance. Of course, women also had that, but her beauty lay more in the beauty of her Tao and her cultivation base. The azure dragon's boundless vitality could nourish all things. The vermilion bird's noble and holy nature was transcendent and ethereal. The 2 most powerful auras of different universes appeared at the same time on the woman's body, and they blended together perfectly, striking all living beings with an indescribable sense of beauty. Even Enlin was dumbstruck by what he saw. Yutong bird shocks the 9 heavens, an exquisitely beautiful azure dress. My Xiaolan, she's so beautiful. And Lin murmured to himself. Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was already his Tao partner, but he was still so infatuated. Why was Big Boss and Lin acting like a love-struck fool in front of his Tao partner? The azure-robed woman in the extremely far distance seemed to have sensed something, and she turned toward Lin. Their eyes seemed to have met in that instant. A dazzling smile appeared on the azure-robed woman's face. She was a regal goddess, but a rare expression of guilt and joy appeared on her face. She spoke in a soft voice, and Lin, I'm so sorry. I took so long to make my breakthrough, and you had to fight on your own for so long. I'm back now, and I'm coming to help you. Chapter 2367. Su Xiaolan's bashful and guilty demeanor was about to crumble. However, everyone's hearts trembled at the sight of her. For some reason, they found her to be extremely alluring. It was a pity that a goddess like her would only show such an expression toward one man. In this world, only heavenly disciple Lin is worthy of a goddess like her. They're a perfect match. Demon Emperor Yu sighed with emotion. Ordinary mighty figures wouldn't even dare to dream about pursuing such a top-tier existence, let alone pursue her. Only Lin would be able to hold himself back. At this moment, a pair of 5-colored wings appeared on Su Xiaolan's back, and she flew directly toward Lin. She even bowed toward the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue as she flew over the white nectar sea. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue waved a hand with a smile. He didn't think that the little girl he had helped out of a whim would become a top-tier existence in the 9 heavens after a series of fortuitous opportunities. He could only say that this world was truly fascinating. Tisk, so this is Lin's Tao partner. How did he find such a powerful wife? He's quite lucky with women. Tao Lord Lu Ye's eyes widened, and he had the urge to immediately flee with his little deer. Su Xiaolan flew very quickly, faster than any god of creation. And Lin. A smile once again appeared on her stunningly beautiful face as she looked at the man standing right in front of her. Then she hugged him tightly. However, this swallow was a little too big, and Lin was sent flying backward. Xiaolan, be gentle. And Lin could feel the scorching heat from the woman's body, and he felt as if he were about to melt. How excited was this? Su Xiaolan giggled as she lowered her body temperature. I'm too strong, so it's not easy to control. Sorry. And Lin looked at Xiaolan, who was smiling sweetly and couldn't help but pinch her soft and supple cheeks. He smiled and said, What are you talking about? If it weren't for the fact that my strength has been hollowed out, you can hug me however you want. Really? Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up as she stared at Lin. Really? And Lin suddenly pecked the woman's tender lips. Su Xiaolan immediately blushed. Don't be here. A lot of people are watching. Why didn't you say that when you hugged me? And Lin laughed. Su Xiaolan's face turned even redder. Tens of thousands of mythological beasts stampeded through the hearts of the heaven-crushing army, and the living beings watching the live stream as they watched Su Xiaolan and Lin. We're here to watch you subdue the life goddess, not to eat dog food. Why are you showing off your dog food in front of the entire Tai Chu continent? Some people were extremely envious, while others felt as if they had eaten a lemon tree. She was a goddess who had stunned the entire universe just a second ago, but now she had been kissed by Lin. Sigh. What a complicated feeling. The life goddess immediately retreated in a frenzy upon seeing Su Xiaolan. She used the ocean as her path and the sky as her wings as she fled into the distance. She was not an idiot. She knew that Su Xiaolan's combat prowess was far superior to that of a normal god of creation. She was already having a hard time fighting the divine Phoenix Maiden, so how was she supposed to fight now? Fight my ass. Of course I have to escape. You're not getting away. Shangguan Yi began to freeze heaven and earth. Tina also summoned the mirror of the sky to suppress the life goddess from all directions. However, the life goddess had made up her mind to escape, so she naturally had a trump card up her sleeve. Light of the primordial era. A pure and transcendent light that was like the light of the primordial era instantly melted the frosty air and shattered the divine mirror in the sky. The life goddess was able to move again, and she fled into the distance at an even faster speed. Stop chasing me. I'm not going to fight you. Why don't you go fight the heavenly light goddess? The heavenly sea god yelled. Don't forget that you're not fighting us in the first place. You're fighting to save the heaven-crushing plan, which is on the brink of peril. Time is of the essence for all of you, and you can't afford to waste a single second. The heavenly heaven god yelled. I won't stand in your way anymore, the heavenly life goddess also said. All of the gods of creation were dumbstruck, and Lin's lips twitched uncontrollably. What the F***CK? How could they change sides so quickly? As expected, all of the paramount heavenly gods were traitors. Brother C, your world is no longer lonely. That was indeed the case. Time was extremely precious to them now, and they definitely wouldn't waste it on the 3 paramount heavenly gods if they could. However, this was only a normal situation. With Lin around, the situation was instantly different. Tina, Shangguan Yi, Patriarch Zhu Yin, and the other gods of creation did not retreat upon hearing this. Instead, they pursued the heavenly light goddess even more relentlessly. Have you all gone insane? The life goddess gritted her teeth. Are you just going to ignore the heavenly light goddess? The heavenly light goddess is too powerful. We can't defeat her, Shangwani replied. But Giant and Lin can, Tina said with a dainty smile. That's right. And Lin can become more powerful by killing you, and our mission is to help him kill all of you. Shangwani replied. Only then will Giant and Lin become more powerful and be able to fight the heavenly light goddess. Tina urged. The life goddess almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing these two top-rate gods of creation's words. She had already obtained a massive amount of power and decided not to hurt Lin. So why did Tao Lord Luya come? Why did the divine Phoenix Maiden succeed in creating a world? Why did the current situation turn into her being chased by other strong enemies and then frantically fleeing for her life? Why was this happening? The life goddess was beginning to doubt her own life. The heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god were also at a loss for words. Right at this moment, 9 suns suddenly appeared to block the life goddess' path of retreat. These were none other than the 9 vermilion birds that had been standing guard for Su Xiaolan this entire time. A mere Tao integration stage, mighty figure dares to stand in my way. The life goddess slapped Lin across the face in rage. Boundless power of the sky and the heavens erupted at this moment, creating a gargantuan palm several 100,000 feet in size that obliterated the 9 suns. And Lin was dumbstruck. Even he had to shoot the suns one by one. This woman obliterated 9 suns with a single slap. How terrifying is that? Su Xiaolan looked at Lin before speaking in a gentle voice. Give me 5 minutes. After saying that, her body suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, a jade dress appeared above vermilion bird Nan Li's flames. This was a divine technique unique to the great empress vermilion bird, which allowed her to instantly teleport between any holy vermilion flames within a certain range. The life goddess expression shifted drastically upon seeing Su Xiaolan suddenly appear in her path of escape. However, the life-reaping jade hairpin in her hand had already shot forth. Su Xiaolan placed a slender hand on the hilt of her sword. The dragon sparrow sword was unsheathed again,